sana kwa sababu tumeona vile mili inaendelea kufichwa ndani ya vichaka. Ni style ambayo hatujaiona. Katika Shakahola 1 mili zilikuwa zikwa mahali pamoja, lakini hii imefichwa chini ya vichaka ambao kutafuta imekuwa kazi ngumu sana.
This is a massacre and it is not being given the seriousness that it deserves. Murkomen is speaking from Nairobi that Mackenzie is communicating with the perpetrators on the ground. Where are you? We are on the ground. Your officers are on the ground, but they need more resources.
While pressure continues to mount on President William Ruto to name MPs who've been involved in bribery to support various bills. Speaking in Vihiga County, Senator Godfrey Osotsi has insisted that President Ruto has the power to ensure that those involved are held accountable according to the law.
Kama rais wa Kenya anajua wale wabunge ambao wanahusika na ufisadi, yeye ako na nguvu ya kupata hao wakamatwe, wawekewe mashtaka na Wakenya wajue ukweli ni kina nani hao, badala ya kusema wabunge. Akisema wabunge tu, wabunge ni wengi.
Osotsi has accused the executive government of leading in corruption, saying that those who give money to ensure the passage of government bills are not MPs.
Tulikuwa na ile sheria ya finance bill, ile ambayo iliumiza Wakenya, na tukakuwa na shinikisho kwamba wabunge wa ile National Assembly walikuwa wanapewa bilioni 2 kupitisha. Nani alikuwa anawapea hiyo pesa kama sio serikali? Mmeona mambo ya SHA, wananchi mlikataa, lakini wabunge wa National Assembly wakapitisha. Tukakuwa na fununu kwamba wabunge walipea pesa. Nani aliwapea pesa isipokuwa serikali? Kwa hivyo yule mfisadi wa kwanza ni serikali kuu, na wajitokeze. Hata hii sheria ambayo wanasema money laundering, anti-money laundering bill, hiyo ni sheria ya serikali, haikuwa ni sheria ya private members bill.
It should be noted that during a joint meeting of UDA and ODM MPs and senators last week, President William Ruto accused them of engaging in bribery to ensure the passage of bills in Parliament buildings. Worshippers and leaders of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, Macedonia in Mungai, have vowed to resist a government plan to allocate the 152-acre parcel of land in Nakil for an affordable housing project. Hundreds of congregants gathered on the disputed land, standing alongside the church leadership in protest. PCEA Baraka Parish Reverend Muthui Njuguna insisted that land legally belongs to the church and accused the government of sidelining them in the decision-making process.
Church have defended this land from the time it was given. So now si wakati wakuja kuchukua bila kuhuzisha watu wa Rugai. Moso, it is even so frustrating that even when public participation was done, ilikuwa selective.
Hatupigi maendeleo ikuje, lakini ni lazima community ihusishwe katika hayo maendeleo. Kama serikali inaheshimu sheria, wacha ifanye kama vile sheria imesema katika article 10 ya constitution yaongea mambo ya public participation.
And in the international scene, France says it will summon the US ambassador to Paris, Charles Kushner, over what it says are unacceptable allegations of failing to tackle a surge in anti-Semitism. Kushner, who is Jewish and whose son is married to US President Donald Trump's daughter Ivanka, made the comments in an open letter to French President Emmanuel Macron in the Wall Street Journal. Echoing Israel's criticism of France days earlier, Kushner said there had been an explosion of hatred towards Jews in France since the war in Gaza began. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruth.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust,
There is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Na hata sisikii kitu.
Sure.
Bwana
niambie niko na kofia. How are you?
I'm fine.
How's your weekend?
I know why. Because this thing for inside the studio is on. Na munaniongelesha. Zima. Hello. I can hear, but I can't hear. I can hear everybody in the MCR. Watch it, side. Just out everybody. The is on. I know you guys can hear me. Can't you hear me? Yes, now that's better because it had been removed and it was there, not there. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the morning. Aseto, how are you?
Good morning, Coffee Tea.
Wait, can you be heard? You can be heard.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but my headphones are doing things.
It's doing that thing. Always at the Monday.
Monday morning is interesting in these streets.
Always interesting.
Thank God Salome is here because I hear nothing. I'm assuming you are hearing me. Good morning, everybody. Dennis, how was your weekend?
My weekend was good, actually. Yeah. Niko mzuri. Nilisafiri kidogo. Yes.
Where did you go to?
Migori County.
Oh, you were in Migori? Yeah. You're saying kidogo. It's like over there.
Yeah, it's
all the way over there.
It's just over here. A few hours.
Yeah?
Yeah, but that was beautiful. Yeah, nashukuru.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and you, how was yours?
It was okay.
I heard you were working on Saturday, man.
I wasn't really working. I was doing things.
Provided you are here, you're working. That's counted as work.
If it was within these walls, it was work. Yes. Sour. Okay, yeah, but I'm okay. Doing all right.
Your new glasses look nice. Fine, thank you.
So they're different. They're not new, but they're different ones from what was there before. Sindo?
Yeah, they accentuate your eyes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You. I'll report you to God.
At least the weekend was relatively warm where I was. Migori is relatively hot, so yeah.
Yeah, I guess very, very different from what you would say is actually cold. But yeah. Okay, well, that's good. How is everybody who go home?
Everybody's good. Everybody's good. Wananawiri.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're flourishing, we thank God.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
Well, we're getting into conversations this morning, and even as we do, Dennis Okari is going to be here with us in a few minutes, just a spot of, something, but he'll be here with us shortly. Karibuni sana, and welcome to the Situation Room this morning. Even as we get into it, we just want to let you know the conversations that we'll be having today at 7 a.m. We're going to be talking, dear Mr. President, the nation wants a real change. Those are the words that are out there. And joining us in that conversation this morning will be Omogeni Okongo, who is the senator in Nyamira County, as well as the party leader of the Third Way Alliance, Dr. Ekuru Okoh. So we'll have a conversation with these two gentlemen at 7 o'clock. And as we get into it, join us in that conversation, because from about 8:30, we're going to be taking your views. What should the president do? We'll have this conversation from 7 to 8:30, and then from 8:30 onwards to 9, we'll talk about, okay, guys, what are you saying that should be done? We're going to end the conversation today at 9 o'clock with Churchill Ogutu, who is an economist at IC Group, and we'll be looking into the trade ties and debt management, enter the samurai bond. The president, His Excellency President William Ruto, was in Japan for the TICAD conference, and while that was going on, the samurai bond, which is an interesting one, is when we'll give you details into that and how exactly it works, but we'll be opening that up, essentially a way for Kenya to open up more funds, and we'll see what that conversation was with Churchill Ogutu at 9. And so that's what it looks like this morning. Karibuni sana, thank you for being here with us even as we do. Let's remind you that our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. As you're streaming into the room this morning, we'll get into it to hear from you. And good morning to our audience on KTN. We're getting into the Situation Room this morning, Kenya's biggest conversation. Karibu sana. And Dennis, which country have you taken us into this week?
We are in another island in the Sardic region. Yeah, that is southern part of the continent. But then again, it is considered to be one of the... it has beautiful beaches because it's an island with the smallest capital city in the world. The country we're in is Seychelles.
Oh, the Seychelles.
Yeah, we're in Seychelles today. And Seychelles is a beautiful country known for a lot. Population of around 100,000 people, mostly Roman Catholic, and it's an ethnic mix of the African, French, Indian, Chinese, Arab heritage, all that combined. Obtained independence on the 29th of June 1976 from Britain, and their system is a presidential system. A lot to talk about Seychelles as we speak. But now let's go to the proverb today. So the proverb coming from this island is, it's silly to criticize others when the same flaws exist in both.
The what?
It's silly to criticize others when the same flaws exist in both.
I agree. I think there are many things. Take the log out of your own eye.
Exactly.
He who is without sin throw the first stone. Kind of thing. So how about we come from a place whereby we can discuss it as opposed to me pointing fingers at you. I like that kind of proverb to start off.
There's that one that they say, when you point at you, therefore others pointing back. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
This is it. And that is what we look at.
I think that's relevant. It's actually timed with what is happening in the country, no?
Who's corrupt?
Exactly.
Who's not?
Who's not?
I guess that's it. All right. So, see, people are online this morning.
Yes.
And let's say good morning to everybody. It's a bit weird because I can't hear myself, but it's okay. We'll get that fixed in a bit. And so as we say good morning to you, thanks for tuning in today and getting into it this morning and getting into it proper. Sawa. All right. Ndu, ask Okari. I will ask him when he gets here, but in the time that he hasn't, your question as you say good morning to us this morning, Don, is where is the DCI and NIS who have traced and toiled Gen Zs to their death? I guess you're asking where they are. Okay. How are you, Ndu, Aseto and Okari? We are fine.
Salaam.
Mbaga Joshua says good morning. Peter Kiaria says good morning from Mombasa. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. Indeed, this is true. Robert Mbogo says good morning from Mombasa. And Engineer Karaoke is tuned in as well from Memphis. When new legislators join Parliament, they believe they're entering a legislative chamber where laws are shaped through ideas, debate, and seasoned persuasion. But there's a but. Okay. Maybe not. Okay. Leo says, good morning. Hello, Princess Ndu and Dennis. Kindly check a DM for Friday at 6:32. Boy, okay. I don't know.
Friday DM.
DM for Friday at
Ruth,
6:32.
check DM Friday, 6:32.
Pan-African Kenyan is tuning from Nairobi. Rogers Nyange says, good morning. Baridi Kibao Hapa in Voi. All right. Isaac Hale says, good morning, DND. From Gachagwa's anti-Ruto remarks and EACC's crackdown on governors to the deepening Shah scandal, Ruto's Japan trade deals. What a weekend it was. Indeed. Yeah. And we're going to be talking about the Samurai trade deal, rather the Samurai bond. We'll talk about that at 9 o'clock and a lot of other things in between. Duke says good morning, Spices. Good morning to you. Steve Opio is tuned in and says a wonderful week ahead. Asante Sana. Jogo Monica, I beg your pardon, says good morning, Spices. Let the vipindides unfold. Okay.
Let the drama continue. Yeah.
All right. James Dan tuned in and says happy new week. We've lost a lot, Yawa. So C2 Parrot 2,000,005. Okay. Steve Opio says good morning, tuned in. I wish you all a wonderful week ahead. Agutso Gembo says good morning, team. Tibbs Muga is tuned in this morning. Agola, bonjour toi. Bonjour too, she says. General Isa Mavenge is tuned in this morning from Mukunda and says good morning. Kao Nyambura is tuned in and says good morning as well. Erica War is here. Nelson Mungai tuned in from Liverpool. And Hisa Daniel is tuned in this morning. James Kamau says good morning. I'm worried how goons are attacking private businesses. You're tuning from Fort Worth, Texas. Mkwama, good morning, D&D and fellow Spicelets. Lakini, the standard came with receipts. Receipts, my friend. Always have them in your pocket. And Kenyans were robbed of a goal. Receipts. Onganyi Malala says, good morning, SpiceFM family. How are you? Jemo the man says, Wapi sound. Are you not hearing? Are you hearing? Is there sound? What's going on? Okay. Also, Eda Tatu, good morning. I give up trying to get in touch. You gave up? Why did you give up? Never give up. Fiery Red says, good morning. Aseto is obsessed with Ndu's eyes. Is it true?
I love your eyes.
Bas. He said it now loud and clear. Jennifer Tenyi says, good morning. Have a productive week ahead. Asante Sana. Eliana Iabesh says, good morning. Nish says, good morning, Team Spice. I wish you a super week ahead. Thank you so much. Kennedy Ongwai says, good morning from Team Spice. Feels nice to see you in good spirits and ready to start a new week. Indeed. Karibu Sana. Dr. Venvik tuned in from Tudor. And Kimathi Nkrumah McConnell says, Habaria Spice Leo. Revolutionary journalism. Asante Sana. Rose Grace is tuned in from Siaya. Good morning to you. And Owen Karaoke says, have a wonderful week ahead. Shiro, happy birthday to you, sister. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Henry says, good day to all. Mbele iko sawa wa Kenya watamua. Okay. Help me understand. Is it true that corruption is a competition in Kenya? I don't know. Amaya Okoh says, good morning. The weather is bad. Okay. You're cold? Sorry. Melbourne says, knock, knock. Who's there? Is the answer we're asking. Kuri Sami says, good morning, locked in. And Hawa Lul says, good morning to you, sister and brother. Everybody, good morning and welcome to the Situation Room this morning. Good to have you in the room. And we start to look into the headlines and see what is making the news this morning. We're looking into Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Use and dump is what's on the front page of The Standard this morning. Communication, including excerpts from in-house WhatsApp groups in our possession, reveal President William Ruto's hand in parliamentary misdeeds, despite his recent tirade against the House. From passing of the unpopular Finance Bill 2024 to removal of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and passing of unpopular laws such as the Affordable Housing Act 2024, Ruto has used Parliament to serve his agenda and not the people's. Okay, we're going to look into this story, but there are receipts on the front page of The Standard. We'll read those to you one by one. But just so you know, there's a big whopper of a headline, and we'll come into that story in just a bit. Sawa. Looking at other headlines, if I can just continue to turn the page. Yeah, it's not agreeing. Okay. Ghost hospitals paid billions, real ones denied cash in Shah scandal. If you thought that the Shah thing had gone away, it hasn't. This hospital where we are talking about, where you found a cow and there was 19 million shillings having been paid to it, the explanation that they gave at the time was that so the hospital changed its name, but the bank account had not changed because they figured, you know what, if it's just, just leave the bank account name the same, but it actually went to a level 4 hospital. But it's just that the name on the account was the same. But the money actually went to another hospital. Sour. Story all day.
We just moved the premises, you know. We upgraded everything but the bank account.
Yeah, it's just that the bank account name we've not changed it.
So what's the problem?
Why are you making noise?
So you chill. Move on.
Yeah, just take it easy.
Take it easy.
Do you remember he was a cabinet minister, Ole Ntimama, William Ole Ntimama? The controversy: the family is moving to block the distribution of his biography. It is surrounded the late William Ntimama in life has followed him unto death, this time not in the political arena but in the courtroom. We'll look into these details as well. Road accident spike as project to retest drivers hangs in balance. Should drivers actually be retested before they're allowed to go back onto the street? Should there be a rollout kind of thing? You go back and learn, do a refresher course, and then we allow you, or we renew, or when you're going to renew your driver's license, we tell you you must do a refresher course before we renew it.
I mean, there are other jurisdictions where such do happen. Whenever you go for an MOT, MOT certification, you go through that, just so we are sure, especially when the previous time you went back, you didn't have glasses. So they just need to be sure that your eyesight is still good. So, I mean, it's something that you need to embrace the Republic. But that notwithstanding, we just need to equally respect traffic laws. Simple.
Simple as that. Easy peasy, come and easy.
Yeah. Hey, I see you.
Another headline. Packed calendar as schools reopen for crucial third term. It's the shortest term of the year. It's 8 weeks and we're going kaende. We're looking at another KCSE being written. And before that, the KEPSE exam will be written in the end of October. It's a 9-week term, but okay, 9 weeks. And it will run up to the 24th of October. Form 4 students will sit for KCSE, while 1.2 million grade 9 learners to take the inaugural KISEA. Right?
Mm-hmm.
KISEA. But... So there's KIPSEA for the grade 6s, yep. There's KJSEA for the grade 9ers, and there's KCSE for the form 4s. Mm-hmm. So that's happening all, and it's marathon. That's what we're looking at. It's going to be busy. Japan unveils new Africa strategy to rival China's growing influence. Japan, as we know them to be a pacifist nation. That's the position that they have taken. Yeah. So when we say that they want to unseat China, I don't know. Third force, youthful MPs form team to salvage the country. Watu walenda kanisa jana, but we'll talk about that as well. We're still covering Chan. The championships continue, despite the fact that both Kenya and Tanzania
and Uganda
are out of the tournament. The hosts now are still hosting, but they are not playing.
Yeah.
Because, there
are talks out here that Kenya was robbed, though, the second goal.
So there's an appeal that has been put out, right, to see if VAR, after a couple of days, will do the thing and say, if they were robbed of a couple of goals that were not called penalties or whatever, then let's see if, CAF will come back and say either we can go back to Kasarani to either replay the match, or you be granted penalties.
Or just be granted that goal
or be granted the goal. Exactly. You can be sure that Madagascar will petition and say, if push comes to shove, 20 to chase a tenner. Yeah. Okay. But it's an all wait and see.
But that notwithstanding, that was a beautiful game to watch.
It was.
You gotta love it. The boys really went all out. I mean, Madagascar as well, I did their thing. But that notwithstanding, I think that has shown what our local clubs are shining out in terms of quality players. And Benny McCarthy, hats off, man. Hats off, man.
He did a good job with the boys, that's for sure. All right. So we see the tournament continues. We're going to the semis now, and we'll see what that does, because there's about a week left in the tournament. The Giants, who have fallen by the wayside as Chan enters the final four. So we're into the semis, and quite a number of the greats, as they say, have fallen. But we'll wait and see.
Jirani also fell at 90?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That also happened. So let's look into some of these stories. You want to start off with one?
Yeah, so let's start with the... There's this story here of use and dump, and it's page 4 and 5, right? So let's go to it. How Parliament has been turned into the President's lapdog. In theory, Parliament is where national priorities are debated and transformed into law. It is the institution tasked with holding the executive to account, shaping policy and defending the public interest. But beyond the televised debate and ceremonial speeches lies a far more complex and upsetting system, a system meticulously designed not to serve the people but to entrench power, frustrate independent minds, and ensure that only those aligned with the right forces win. When new legislators join Parliament, they believe that they are entering a legislative chamber where laws are shaped through ideas, debate, and reasoned persuasion. What they find, however, is a tightly controlled system, a system that does not lie with elected lawmakers but with an entrenched bureaucracy and political leadership whose loyalty is to the executive, not constitution or the people. Now, according to legislators who spoke to the Standard, despite President William Ruto's recent pronouncements against Parliament, he has all along had a hand in its values. It is instructive to note that the Ruto's communications pushing for one thing or the other is done in the name of whom? In the name of God. In-house communications. That's according to the Standard who accessed the reveal. Now, members of Parliament say the current House has been designed that way, to work when it needs to work and to fail when it needs to. Coercion and political whipping often happen behind closed doors in private meetings, party caucuses, parliamentary group meetings like the one that happened Monday, where Ruth hit at members and WhatsApp groups where MPs are persuaded to advance the agenda of the executive even when it runs counter to public interest.
Okay, that's the story.
Yes.
Look at these WhatsApp group messages on the front page. This is apparently a WhatsApp group message from a group called the Project 22. And it is said here that this message is coming from somebody called MP Osoro. Honorable members of the bicameral parliament, thank you and congratulations. You have restored the dignity of parliament and the country's leadership. The former DP was indeed an embarrassment, not only to himself, but to those of us that fought for and will defend his government. Never again should we find ourselves in this situation. Sasa to Rudy Kazi, to the colleagues in the NA, please be in chambers as early as 9 a.m. to Malize some urgent business before we proceed for recess later in the day. A sigh of relief to His Excellency one term, to Parliament and the country at large. God bless Kenya. So we would imagine that these messages are coming in to do what, though? To cement
the position that has been taken, or to cement the direction that has been given from allegedly from
His Excellency the President.
Yes.
Okay. Boy, so it would appear as though there's some folks within the National Assembly who would be saying bye to from this story, essentially. Use and dump. Gather up your loyalty and dump it aside. Okay. So it's interesting if that's the position that is taking.
You know, that's if you look at the proverb today, speaks directly to that. You know what I mean? So on one hand, Parliament is corrupt. On the other hand, now we are seeing receipts here with messages ostensibly coming from the executive, telling Parliament to do what it has to do against the law. You know what I mean? Because here, if you look at the other text messages from this WhatsApp group, there is an individual called One Term. Teammates, we thank Almighty God for bringing us this far. We trust God in all situations and commit our nation to Him. I have just forwarded the name of my nominee for Deputy President to the National Assembly for your consideration and vote. I request you to kindly consider this nominee positively. God bless you, and I'm eternally grateful for your support. Then what happens? Counted done, Your Excellency, sir. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Professor is a good leader with a vision and ability to help. Boss. So you look at what is happening here, and looks as if the talks that we've been having all day, every day, that Parliament is captured, seems as though they are captured, and all this is being done in the name of God. So yeah, interesting to see how things will pan out in the days to come, because there is what the president is saying, there is what our parliament is saying, and interesting to see how this conversation will metamorphosize in the coming days, you know?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see in the coming days how that actually plays out. Another story?
Another story. Actually, to Swangembele Kidogo. So there's that hospital that you've been talking about, the ghost hospitals paid billions, the real ones denied cash in Shah scandal. So here we're being told by Shah that the hospital actually got the money. The only thing that happened is they moved to a level 4 facility, but the bank account remained. But let's hear what the story says. The Ministry of Health is once again under scrutiny after revelations that ghost hospitals received payouts from the newly created Social Health Authority, Shah. The scandal is heightened animosity between hospitals and the ministry as Kenyans demand transparency and accountability from the new health scheme, which replaced the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF. Private hospitals under the umbrella of the Rural and Urban Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, RUFA, now allege that influential individuals are handpicking which facilities receive claim payments and determining how much they are paid. In an interview with The Standard, the association's chairperson, Brian Lishanga, accused Shah leadership of favoring politically connected players with payments going to the highest bidder. He said this undermines the government's much-touted digital superhighway as claims are not processed. So now, what are we talking about? 39.4 billion shillings represents 42% of all claims for inpatient services, 5,058 number of providers for maternity and newborn services, 20 billion shillings for surgical services including orthopedic, obstetric and gynecological and neurosurgery, and 6.5 billion shillings for renal care. So basically what the story here says is, seems as though those who are politically correct and closer to the powers, the highest in the land, get preferential treatment as opposed to those who seem to be a little bit distant from the leadership.
It's a crime scene. It's a scam. I'm sorry.
There's a red tape.
Come on. It can't be that something that you say is going to provide healthcare across the country for everybody, regardless of social strata, wherever you are, it doesn't matter. How can we have a situation whereby we're saying ghost hospitals are still receiving in the billions?
In the billions, yeah.
This one where everybody was making noise about Nyawida. Is it Nyawida? Nyawida hospital where 19 million. And I said to myself, a cow is in the dispensary because obviously it's not functional, and then you come out later and said yes indeed 19 million was sent to this hospital, but you know what, we actually it was upgraded to a level 4, but we didn't see the need at the time to change the account, so it looks as though it went to that hospital that doesn't really exist anymore. That's okay, but it's a scab. It's just a scab, because once you pick at it, underneath is an unhealed wound. If there's 19 million somewhere, and okay, fine, you can give whatever explanation you want to give for it, but then you have to ask the question, what else can be the problem? We have met Dr. Brian Lishenga. He's of sound mind. He didn't look like he was off the number of times that we've spoken to him. Now, when we talk about RUFA and that the work they do, influential individuals are cherry handpicking which facilities receive claim payments and determining how much they are paid.
Yes.
What are we doing, for crying out loud? So then that means there will be some people who will not then get access to that healthcare. Billions of shillings paid irregularly to go, and it's in the public. Is it just me who gets irritated by stuff like
no, it's because you look at the billions of shillings that get lost, that are stolen pretty much, and you imagine how many people die because of not getting healthcare services. How many people are forced to go deep into their pockets to afford healthcare, yet they have paid for share, and the government ought to give them quality healthcare as provided for in the Constitution. So you relate the loss of the billions you're talking about and relate it to life, relate it to what Kenyans are missing.
This is just private hospitals. We're not even going to talk about public sector. 600 facilities are said to have unpaid claims with arrears for surgical procedures dating back to November 2023. As of this week, which is what he was saying, Lishenga said the total claims submitted stand at 93.7 billion shillings. Now you ask, what are these claims story? Okay, this is how it works. Okay, when we say that healthcare is free, quote unquote, okay, it's paid for by government. Now, when you go to hospital and you present your SHA card or whatever the case may be, the hospital gives you service. At that point, without you just go get your service and go. But that billing, all that thing that you see that you sign, they send it to SHA later on, and you say, we've done work or we've offered medical care to this MRI, kidney dialysis, we've done procedures, whatever the case may be, we've done outpatient, here's our bill at the end of the night. And I don't know what the term is, 30 to 45 to 90 days, those claims then should be paid, because that's essentially what your premiums go towards paying.
True.
You send money to the government, it keeps it in a pot, and then as different facilities submit their claims, the government starts doling out. Now, this doling out of money to this has not been done to private hospitals to the amount of 93.7 billion shillings. It could be two things here before we get our knickers in a twist. It could be that they don't have adequate enough resources to make these payments because there are not enough people in this pool. It's a pool system. Maybe there are not enough people in the pool in order for them to send out this money. Or you paid the money and it went to ghosts. You can Tell us.
Yeah, so far we've been told it goes to some ghost hospitals, or it goes to those hospitals that are close to the powers that be, because hospitals seem to be getting preferential treatment. So that means even the citizens who go there get preferential treatment because they go to those hospitals. So if you go to that hospital that is not friendly to the system, you're kicked out. And atafuta usaidizi uko nje.
Acha nikwambie. In a quick response through a press release, SHA Chief Executive Officer Mercy Mwangangi defended the payments. She explained now this Nyandiwa had been operational since the 1970s and had received 751,504 under primary healthcare and 82,080,706 under the Social Health Insurance Fund. According to Dr. Mwangangi, the facility was elevated to a level 4 dispensary and had missed payments spanning 6 months. But infuriated Kenyans online have flagged several hospitals for receiving payments from SHA despite not offering the services listed by the Ministry of Health. Let me tell you what those are. Apart from Nyandiwa, a level 3 hospital in Homa Bay is also reporting to have received 6.8 million shillings in June. Another facility located at the Ethiopian border received 6 million shillings in June and 1 million shillings in May. Waudo Siganga, an angered Kenyan, claimed the facility is non-existent. According to the ministry, it's listed as a nursing home with more than 34 beds and classified as level 3, but in reality, it doesn't exist, he said. In Garissa County, a facility in Mogadashe, was also paid 6.8 million shillings in June despite operating out of a single room. Yani,
Kabedsitter.
Yeah, thanks. This bedsitter was paid 6.8 million shillings. I don't know what procedures are being done there, but okay. Ministry records, however, indicate that it had 20 inpatient beds, including 15 general beds. Now, I don't know how things are done, but can you, in a sitter, I'm assuming it's like a one room like this.
Even if you're having a triple-decker bed, still it wouldn't get to 20.
But in this world, in the world of the Ministry of Health, in this bed sitter, according to folks in Garissa County, it's been operating out of a single room, but you can fit 15 general beds. Have you been to hospital? The bed will have that thing at the side, and it will have the controls behind it.
To have oxygen. And
The input for oxygen and
that metal for IV.
It's not the room, it's the bed. The bed. Because in a ward you'll have several beds. Now in this single room you can fit, of those beds,
20 inpatient beds.
20 inpatient. Now this is the one where you just come, procedure, quick, lie down, go. But you can fit 20. 20. And then you can fit 15 general beds for the ward. 5 maternity with the stirrups and everything, because the maternity will need all that equipment. We're still in the bed sitter. And then 2 emergency casualty beds. Emergency casual is when you have to have the paddles on and you need to have the machine, etc., etc. Sawa. So those are 5 plus 2, 7 plus 20, 27 plus 15, 42. Inside a bedsit, they fit there. These are records from the Ministry of Health, now based on the picture above. Can 20 beds fit in a one-size room? They're looting us, a Kenyan said on X. Another facility was flagged in rural Mandera, where reportedly 5.53 million shillings in June, and an additional 1.5 million shillings was paid in May. Rufa has warned that the combined debt of SHA and NHIF now threatens of now 73 billion, stands at 73 billion, a level they now say threatens the entire health sector with collapse. The association is calling for the reinstatement of a flat rate contribution system that was used under NHIF, allowing non-salaried Kenyans to pay as little as 300 shillings per month. Good God. Yeah,
that bedsit is a palace, my friend.
I'm telling you. Inside, you can't do anything.
It's abracadabra. Actually, that's like a ghost, It appears when you need it and disappears when you don't need it. But that clearly shows where we are with regard to our healthcare in this country. Because we're talking about a facility that ought to be dealing with almost 200 people at any given time, because if you just do the number of beds that you have, those who get in and get out, gives you a number of approximately how many people per day, say 200, 300 people. But you're talking about nada. Nothing. Zero.
I feel bad for Dr. Mungai.
Yeah.
I feel bad for her because she's been thrown into this vortex of madness. And how do you even start to explain? How do you start to explain and still somebody will not ask you if you're okay? Because it's like somebody says, the question that you're asking is, if 50 sheep left over a fence, how many sheep, and if there were 100 sheep and 50 sheep leapt over a fence, how many sheep were left in the paddock? Then you answer yes. That's how she's answering the questions now, because it's totally bizarre. How do you explain such a thing? I would be saying yes every day. Yes. Did you? Yes. How many were left? Yes. There was 53 million paid to go schools. Do those schools exist? Yes. Because what do you say? Where do you start from? Ghost patients, ghost hospitals. I said schools, sorry. Ghost patients, ghost hospitals. You're owing private money. You're even owing public money. People are going who have paid their premiums. They cannot get health care. Before you even go, that counties owe KEMSA money. They've not paid. You go and you want to get a particular medication. You can't. They tell you go across. The across belongs to a doctor who works in that hospital.
But even while you have this discussion, my question is, Mwangangi as the CEO, what's her brief? Because one would expect that the moment she's in, she starts by cleaning the system. So now that she is there, is she another yes, no kind of person?
You think somebody gave her a brief? Don't you think somebody was very ready to drop that thing like a hot potato and say, oh, you've been appointed, thanks, a boot take,
and
I'm
go.
Gone. You think somebody gave her a brief and said this is what's going on?
Because you see right now, even as we speak, the buck stops with her whether she likes it or not. Kenyans will ask her these questions.
That's the unfortunate thing about this kind of corruption and impunity, because you do whatever you want, and then when you go, you leave the person who comes in, and they may be clean as a whistle, and then you throw them under the bus proper. In fact, this is like 4 buses.
If it were up to me, I think the president, this is where you need to form a task force to start with, because Kenyans are not getting this.
Please do another
I'm just saying. Because
task force.
No, let's form this task force. At least one might work.
Dennis wants to form a task force. Excuse me, Dennis wants to form a task force to.
Because we're pointing our guns where they are not needed. You know what I mean? So here, I'm not saying that corruption that happens in Parliament is something that should be condoned, but here we're talking about people who are dying in hospitals. We're talking about Kenyans who are unable to access healthcare despite the fact that they've paid for it. I mean, if all this is what is happening, again, go back to Mwangangi. What's your brief? But even that, with all these glaring irregularities that do exist, where is the former SHA CEO? Did we have a former SHA CEO? Or whoever was running that department, where are they for them to give us the answers that we want?
Can you imagine? I've already forgotten who the SHA CEO was before Dr. Mercy Mwangangi, because there was one. That's how this magic happens.
Exactly. So we need to be told, because everything here that happened under the former CEO. So the former CEO should come and explain why all these irregularities and corruption is happening in this department.
But this is absolute insanity. I'm sorry. It's not possible that you have every day for we've been sitting here. This is the 7th day that we have had a story about fake hospital. Regional office is closing down. The county workers paying and cannot get treatment.
Ghost patients.
Where are we? Then you're going to shut the thing. Then those who are outside the country cannot use their SHA card to pay. Don't you think there is something fundamentally wrong and flawed? And this is not political. This is, come on. There is something wrong. We need to fix it. Even if it is telling the people of Kenya the truth and saying, you know what, guys, we want to do this thing. We want to be able to provide universal health care coverage, but we need you to pay. Even if every Kenyan pays 100 shillings, 100 bob, 100 bob every month, every Kenyan, finding a way for us to then be able to do this would make it easier. But then the problem is, fine, how much is 55 million, Abi? And everybody's paying 100 bob. Put it there every month. That would, and you find a way to control it. But then now, with all of that, you still have these ghost Casper now has married Casperina, and they have Casperlets.
Yes.
That's what's happening with these things.
You see,
people are still robbing the country blind.
If you remember, Ndu, when this entire conversation on SHA started, there was the idea or the understanding that especially salaried workers were the ones who are being boxed and being pushed to pay for this. So it was no longer a conversation about 55 million Kenyans, but it was a conversation being pushed by the elite, by the political class, and forcing salaried people to get into these, you'd call it a vortex, to get into the system to be able to pay it. So even as we speak today, we're talking about 22 million people who are registered, but only 6 million people who are paying for it. But that notwithstanding, even the 6 million people who are paying for it still are unable to access healthcare in the country. And you'd wonder why it's not working. It's because now we find ourselves in a situation where what we wanted to do, we never involved Kenyans, we forced it down their throats, and now we don't know how to move. But that notwithstanding, we might as well just loot it. We might as well just loot it, because that is exactly what is happening. How do you explain of a ghost hospital, ghost workers, ghost patients, and money is being sent in? You want to tell me that they don't know about it? They do.
I'm tired. But
do you have anything positive?
School is opening. Let me tell you, schools are opening. Some schools are reporting back. I was going to say back to duty, but it's kind of duty. Back to duty today. Packed calendar as schools reopen for the crucial third term. That's happening between today and tomorrow. The 9-week term, the shortest in the school year, will run up to the 24th of October. Form 4 students will sit for the KCSE, while 1.2 million grade 9 learners will take the inaugural KJSEA. Remember that come January 2025, these grade 9ers will be in grade 10. And we are doing what? Pathways. I have to ask the question. Pathways, if we're going to have those who are going towards STEM. Sorry, excuse me, please. Have we sorted out the issue of the sciences whereby teachers going to secondary schools, we don't have enough? I'm just asking.
I've not seen that happen, so I think no. We've not sorted that out.
Okay, I'm just asking. Schools across the country are set to reopen for the today for the short but intense third term. The term is marked by a packed calendar of national examinations and curriculum, piloting amid financial strains for both schools and parents. The 9-week term, the shortest in the school year, will run up to the 24th of October, culminating in high-stakes exams. Among the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education is the KCSE, and the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment is the KPCA. Which is going to be sat by grade 6 students, and then the Kenya Junior Secondary Education Assessment is going to be sat by grade 9. This is what we actually saw with the opening up of the what's the name of this curriculum? Curriculum-based
CBE. Curriculum-based education. Competency-based education.
I for real, I forgot. I'm sorry. Competency-based education curriculum. So now we knew that there was going to be a big exam. There is one at grade 3, there is one at grade 6, and now we see for the first time the grade 9 one will be sat as they go towards grade 10. And also the Kenya Learners Education Assessment, which is the KILEA. So there's KILEA, KIJSEA, KIPSEA, and KCSE. Form 4 students will sit for the traditional KCSE exam, which is being phased out. The last one will be sat in 2027, while 1.2 million grade 9 learners are preparing for the inaugural KJSEA that will determine their placement into senior secondary. Grade 3 and 6 pupils will also sit for the KILEA and KIPSEA assessments, respectively, with the later enabling grade 6 pupils to join junior secondary school. KCSE officially starts on the 3rd of November. Schools will operate under strict regulations, with non-academic activities, midterm breaks, and even prayer sessions remaining suspended. So this is a non-visiting term. As well, and it's also an exam term. These are measures that the government introduced to minimize exam malpractice. According to Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba, the tough rules are necessary to safeguard the credibility of our national examinations. At the time, the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD, is finalizing learning materials for senior secondary, with new grade 11 and grade 12 programs set to be rolled out in 2027 and 2029. Remember that it's in 2027 that KCSE will sit that the students will sit the last KCSE. This is also the same set that sat the last KCPE in 2023. All right. So as schools reopen, challenges abound. Many parents are reopening in the middle of the month. It's straining their finances. According to Jane Wamboy, who's one parent, said many of us have not received salaries to cater for transport and fees. It seems we will not manage to send learners back to school on time. As usually happens, there are a number of learners who go back late. So all of this is happening. It's a busy term. There are many things that are happening at the same time. There's a flurry of examinations. It's a short term. By now, of course, we know that grade 4 curriculum, syllabus rather, has been completed. This term 3 is a revision term for KCSE, and we're probably looking at completing the syllabus for grade 6 and grade 9 also, probably into the second week of the term. So it's a busy one, and I mean, we can take the time to wish everybody in that ecosystem the best. From teachers to school heads and administrations to learners to those who are developing curriculum. KICD it is doing phenomenal work, I keep saying. But they also have a large task ahead of cementing that curriculum, which we say that you will not start developing the curriculum for 2025 in 2025. So that's the work that they're involved in right now. So that entire ecosystem needs guidance, but also it needs our best wishes, and we give that to them this morning and into the year. It's also our hope that Treasury will find it in their hearts and their pockets and their accounts to send the remaining money to schools to allow things to happen forthwith.
I think what we need as well is just what we keep on saying, political goodwill to ensure that these things do move, so that even Treasury now, as students start getting ready to sit the exams, that we stop hearing the murmurs that there is no money to fund examination. Let the ministry just do that silently so that these kids are able to sit and prepare for the exams, because a lot has gone into preparing these kids. The teachers have done their bit. KICD have done their bit. It can't be that the parents have prepared their kids. It can't be that the only part that now is going to let down all these people is the ministry by not releasing these funds. That will be utterly unfair on all levels.
It's just that there's sadly too many unfortunate stories that we see in this. Okay, can I tell you the story about the third force?
Oh yes.
Okay, there's a story about Japan and TCAD and all that's happening there. We're going to go into that at 9 o'clock through our conversation. But there's a story about the third force. It's a youthful forming concert of young members of parliament, and apparently it is their job to save the country. New political formation led by youthful members of parliament is taking shape. A new political formation, and they look to be charting a fresh path that challenges traditional politics regardless of party affiliation. In what is now arising as a new formation, the team is coming together to form yet another political force away from the existing opposition and the Kenya Kwanza government. Yesterday, the legislators comprising Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, MPs Babu Owino Embakasi East and Gathoni wa Mushomba, Githum Gore, Caleb Amisi Saboti and Anthony Kibagendi Kitutu Chache South declared that they are one team ready to face and call out the government over its persistent ills. The MP said they are a team of at least 70 and urged other opposition leaders to work with them in what they termed as seeking to pull the country from the jaws of corruption and bad leadership. Sifuna, who has been heavily critical of the government, said they are now working together as a team known as Kenya Moja, Kenya Mpya, even as he sought to affirm that he's still the Orange Democratic Movement's Secretary General. So bado tuko hapa lakini tunataka kwenda kule.
Yeah, Babu told us here when we had him last week that in ODM they've been given room to vent, to speak their minds, to enjoy democracy. So perhaps this is one of those things that Sifuna is just trying to say. I'm still the ODM Secretary General, but I can speak my mind out here as Sifuna, not as the SG.
It's going to be an interesting ride getting towards 2027. If as early as this we can see that formations have already started, then yes, indeed it's going to be interesting. We keep an eye on all of this as we continue. Good morning at 7 a.m.
Sugar and spice and everything.
spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Kericho Governor Eric Mutai has reiterated that he is confident of remaining in power despite a second attempt to remove him through a no-confidence motion tabled in the Senate. Governor Mutai, who was removed by the County Assembly 2 weeks ago, or rather impeached over allegations of illegally paying over 85 million shillings to 45 companies, will defend himself before the Senate on Wednesday this week, which is the day after tomorrow. Speaking in Sociot during the Bill Good Half Marathon organised by MP Nelson Koech, Governor Mutai claimed that there are influential people plotting to oust him from the leadership. He likened his situation to the suffering of Jesus in the Bible, believing that the prayers of Kericho residents will help him overcome the waves of the challenge. No government has put in the effort to bring about harmony and integration like the current government. That is the statement of Deputy President Kithure Kindiki while addressing the Tabaj area in Wajir County. Kindiki has praised the government's move to remove the inspection that was carried out before issuing border residents with ID cards, passports and birth certificates, among other important documents. He said that the removal of the requirement brings equality among Kenyans.
Hakuna serikali ambayo imefanya juhudi za kuleta uwiano na kuunganisha taifa la Kenya kuliko serikali hii ambayo inaongozwa na Mheshimiwa William Ruto. Mnajua ya kwamba kwa zaidi ya miaka 60 vijana kutoka sehemu ya kaskazini mwa Kenya ikiwemo Wajir hawangepata kitambulisho bila kupitia utaratibu ambao ulikuwa mrefu na ulikuwa unawabagua. Rais Ruto alikuja hapa Wajir town na hapa ndiye alitia sahihi ile amri ya kuondoa mfumo wa ubaguzi.
Kindiki also praised the Kenya Kwanza government for initiating the rehabilitation of the Mandera-Isiolo road, which is over 700 kilometers long, criticizing those who doubted the president's promise.
No single government has built a single road project worth of 750 kilometers. Na itatumia pesa ambaye ni bilioni 100. Na hiyo pesa yote bilioni 100 imewekezwa katika sehemu ya kaskazini mwa Kenya ambaye ilikuwa imetengwa hapo awali. And we thank President Ruto for uniting Kenya practically through integrated development that leaves nobody behind. Hiyo barabara mlisikia rais akiitaja, watu wengi walikuwa wanasema ni mchezo. Walikuwa nafikiri ni mchezo.
The dispute between Mbagathi Hospital and the Prison Services Department has erupted after health services to prisoners were suspended due to a debt of over 12 million shillings. It's reported that Mbagathi began suspending services to prisoners from the 4th of this month, leaving them in need of treatment in dire straits without help. The hospital management says the debts are due to bills that have not been paid for several years now. As of November last year, the debt had reached 6.7 million shillings for services provided between July 2018 and November 2022, a situation that has caused significant tension between Mbagathi Hospital and the Prisons Department. Mbagathi Hospital has reiterated that the debt must be paid fast before services to prisoners are restored, despite the prison's management requesting a compromised solution. And finally, human rights activists in the coast region have called on citizens, especially those who might have lost their loved ones, to report to the Malindi police station to register in order for them to go through DNA testing. The call comes as the exhumation operation in Kwabinzaro, Kilifi County continues. Led by Walid Sketi of Vocal Africa and Victor Kaundo, the activists have urged the government and Ministry of Interior to increase financial and logistical support to ensure that bodies are found in all the graves.
Inasikitisha sana kwa sababu tumeona vile mili inaendelea kufichwa ndani ya vichaka. Ni style ambayo hatujaiona. Katika Shakahola 1 mili zilikuwa zikwa mahali pamoja, lakini hii imefichwa chini ya vichaka ambao kutafuta imekuwa kazi ngumu sana.
This is a massacre and it is not being given the seriousness that it deserves. Murkomen is speaking from Nairobi that Mackenzie is, communicating with the perpetrators on the ground. Where are you? We are on the ground. Your officers are on the ground, but they need more resources.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruth.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning. It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock. Good morning and welcome to the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this 25th of August. Getting into it today. And even as we do, we say a very good morning to our audiences who are streaming on our platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN this morning. Karibu. We're getting into a conversation this hour. I'll tell you what that is in just a bit. Dear Mr. President, it seems that there are things that need to be done in the country. I'll tell you who's there. But before we do that, we are connecting us, isn't it? 6 days to go to get something done. What's that?
What is 6 days? The month seem to be going real quick. But remember, still have those 6 days for you to get connected to nothing other than Safaricom Home Fiber. Now, when you're getting connected to Safaricom Home Fiber, it comes with a lot of packs for you. So we're talking about up to double speeds at 25% discount. And this discount applies across all the bundles and plans that they do have. So we're talking about bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Now, when you talk about being connected, what does these come with? It comes with free router, also comes with zero installation fee and free maintenance as well. And even when you have a downtime or whatever, you get what again? You get 5 GB of data that will keep on maintaining your quality of life. I keep saying I'm an ambassador of good life and amazing things, you know. So anytime you have a problem, you just call Safaricom and they will be able to sort you out. Now, you stay connected to a reliable and fast home internet. What does this mean? Are you attending online classes? Safaricom sorts you out. Okay. Are you streaming your music? Safaricom Home Fiber is there. Are you watching your movies? Everything is in there. Some actually want also fast and reliable internet when doing online dating. You don't want to starter, zero. Safaricom Home Fiber is there to sort you out. So for you to get connected, star 400 hash or visit My Safaricom app to get connected today. Remember, this offer is valid to the 31st of August. You have 6 days to go. Just get connected. Feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber. Don't wait, 6 days to go.
Get into it, that's for sure. And then the folks at Standard Chartered reminding us that there is never a better time to take control of your financial future. So when we say now is your time for wealth, we're not just throwing around a tagline. We're talking about being deliberate with your money, your goals, and your legacy. Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, meeting both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. So whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio or streamlining your assets, the advice is personalized, it's strategic, and it's tailored to where you are in life. And I get it. When you've worked hard to build something, trust and security become everything. You want a partner who's not just competent but consistent, someone who protects what matters and helps you grow it. So that's what you get with Standard Chartered, a solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money, it's about the people, values, and futures behind it. So email wealth.ke@sc.com to begin your journey, because your time is now. And as we get into conversations this morning, we're going to be talking to issues around the country, of course. And joining us into the studio this morning is Dr. Okoh. He is the party leader of the Third Way Alliance, and he's here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Drew.
How are you doing?
Not very bad.
Not very bad. Just a little bad.
The cold is subsiding. And the political temperatures are rising.
So there's a warmth. We meet in the middle.
Yes.
We meet in the middle, and there's some warmth.
Absolutely.
Karibu sana. Soon to be joined by Senator for Nyamira County, who is on his way, one would assume, as EVE tells us. Omogeni Okongo joins us in a short while. But that notwithstanding, we're going to start the conversation because necessary that we do. Time waits for no man. Kenya's politics waits for no man either.
It waited for Gashago to come back from.
And then they did move
People
on.
are saying the country was a little bit peaceful when he was away. And as soon as he came, the political temperatures erupted.
I guess you'll speak to that at some point. The nation wants a real change. It's what it's clawing for in every corner. Really doesn't matter where you look to. And even as we are looking into those conversations, they're necessary for us to have conversations around what Kenyans are looking for and what it would be that, beside the politics, what the development is asking for. But he's here. So let's just say welcome to Senator for Nyamira County, Omogeni Okongo. Good morning.
Morning to you.
How are you doing?
I thank God I'm doing good.
Karibu sana.
Asante
For the first time in the Situation Room.
This is my maiden appearance.
Maiden appearance. Thank you so much for joining us to be part of this conversation.
Yeah, but I always join you from my home. I always watch the show.
This is fantastic to hear. Thank you for doing that. And we're glad that you can be part of the conversation this morning. Well, as we usually do, we go around the African continent and we visit a different country. And we hear proverbs from those countries. And then we ask you to interpret those proverbs for us.
You didn't warn us.
No, unfortunately. Because we know that people skilled as yourselves will go and practice.
Exactly. Yeah, so today we are in Africa's smallest country. Yeah, and it's located in the Indian Ocean, northeast of Madagascar and off Africa's east coast. 455 kilometers square is the land size of this country, and you're talking about 115 granite or coral islands that make up this country. We are in Seychelles.
Yes.
All right. A country where it says it's being pushed a lot by tourism, and have this proverb for us today. You guys will like it, but you ought to interpret it. It's silly to criticize others when the same flaws exist in both. It's silly to criticize others when the same flaws exist in both. Senator Mogeni, your maiden day, you go first.
I've not even settled. Right? I think I want to start with that.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I will contextualize it to Kenyan politics, and especially in the most recent tirade from the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, when he was accusing parliamentarians of being corrupt, whereas we also know that there are very many flaws in his government. So I'll give you that political interpretation.
It looks like it's I don't know who did what first, whether it was the Bible that was written first or the proverb used to be in existence first. But it's like what the Bible says: don't point at the speck in your neighbor's eye. Before you look at the one which is in your own eye. So we're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person. I think that's what that proverb is reminding us. They say in my own ethnic group that if you have children, you should be very slow to criticize your neighbor's children, because your own children may also have faults. So be very slow to criticize what you think are faults in your neighbor's children, because even your own children have faults.
Yeah. Indeed.
Well said.
Absolutely. It's interesting that you picked that proverb today, because then, the examples, unfortunately, are quite rife.
Yeah.
Kenyans are asking for change. Kenyans are asking for a different way of doing things. Kenyans are asking for a step in a forward direction when it comes to the economy, when it comes to development, when it comes to leaving things like corruption and impunity behind. Unfortunately, we have too many examples of why this is a plea for Kenyans. And it would appear in the last week as though, and I choose my words carefully, it would appear in the last week as though the president also feels this way. And he took a stab at the first group of people openly, in such an overt manner, different from what we've seen before, when he says, this cannot be, and it must stop, it must change. Is there need at this point, in the last 1.5 years, that the cries from Kenyans have been, we cannot continue like this, there must be a change, and there must be a change across board. There must be a change in leadership, there must be a change in security, there must be a change everywhere. Are we at the place, Senator, whereby we're asking, dear Mr. President, Kenyans are saying too long like this, we need something different? Or are you saying, Mr. President, move aside?
Yeah, I think if we are talking about good governance, it should start from the top. If we want to demonstrate that we want to fight corruption, we must first of all demand for good governance from our president first. If you make the kind of allegations that the president made last week, where you are saying that 10 million shillings was released, I believe, by the state. Because when you say a demand was made, and I'm choosing my words very carefully because I'm with a lawyer here. When you say that...
I hope you have not ceased being a lawyer yourself.
I think that I'm wearing this morning is more of a politician. You know, when you say that somebody demanded from the government 10 million, then you proceed and say that the government parted with the 10 million to somebody. And then you say the purpose was to ensure that that money is used to bribe some members of parliament. Then you express shock and say, you know what, you didn't get the money. I sent you the money, but you didn't get the money. You know, and then you are telling Kenyans that I am going to ensure that both the giver and the receiver will be prosecuted.
Arrested.
I hope I'm not misquoting the president. That's what he said.
He said he will not shame them, but he will arrest them.
He will arrest them. So the first question we should be asking as Kenyans, who was the giver? Who was the giver? And who sent the giver? And if you are telling us that you know who was the giver, how many days have passed now? It's almost close to a week.
A weekend.
Yeah, it's to be a week on Wednesday.
And we haven't seen any action. What that tells me is that the government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament. Because the pronouncement is being made by the president. And then what does that tell you about our institutions? It tells you that our institutions that are embedded in our constitution, that are meant to fight corruption, that are meant to ensure that we have integrity, are not working. You know, and the doctor will tell you that if this was happening in a country that respects democracy, either the president or somebody top in government would have faced some dire consequences. You saw what happened in South Korea. Was that last year?
South Korea, well, they even jailed the former president.
President Park.
Bangladesh one has just been arrested.
You can imagine. President Park was put in 2018 because she tried to influence the fiscal position, financial fiscal position of the country, you know, by telling banks not to disclose that the government owed them money, so that the financial position of our country looks like it's very healthy. And she's in. But in this country, a pronouncement like that is made, and we're 7 days into that statement, and no action has been taken. It tells us that we're in a country where our system has totally broken down.
Are we looking at a total collapse? Because we can look at the political, because this position that the president took is tainted with a lot of politics. We know that. However, the underlying part of all of this shows us that the picture is a bit crazy. We often say that if you want to see the true picture of a nation, you look at the most vulnerable at that place at a particular time. The Shah stories are as old as this pronouncement. Every day for the last 7 days, there has been a different Shah issue. It's not just that Shah is not working.
Hospitals are closed.
It's that hospitals are closing. It's that civil servants go to hospitals. They cannot get care and they've paid. It is that Shah regional offices around the country have closed. It's that you leave the country and you can't get Shah treatment for now because they're trying to sort things out. There's not enough money in the coffers. Private hospitals are owned 73 billion shillings. I could go on for hours. That's just health. We are going back to school today and tomorrow. We're writing 3 major exams this year. Before the end of the year, we still owe 7,000 shillings to these students. We are starting next year a new curriculum, a new section of the curriculum. We still don't have our ducks in a row. There are people in Kenya today whose drinking water is clear as this water bottle. They can't get clean drinking water. This is all happening today. And that's the lower layers. It would appear as though there's a lot of work to be done, but we spend it politicking.
I think, to be honest with you, I think if you look at the desire by Kenyans for change, one of the key issues that is emerging is the question of accountability. That there is no accountability in all these things you see, from SHA, from education, from infrastructure. You've seen the state of the accidents in our roads and all that. But let me pick up from somewhere where Senator Omogeni, started. The president also said that he is a consumer of raw intelligence, meaning therefore that he knows the things that are happening, for example, in our parliament. And then he went on to make a promise that I will not shame these people, but I will arrest them. So by now, honestly, some action ought to have been taken. If he's a consumer of intelligence, I'm assuming that the NIS is feeding him with this intelligence. DCI has investigated. EACC, all the investigative arms of government. Really, that's one of the changes that Kenyans desire on the one hand. On the other hand also, if you read the political mood in the country, even going by the Ruto must go slogan or the one-term thing, again, that's a cry for change. And the president himself sometimes came and said, you people say Ruto must go. How do you want me to go? The constitution provides mechanism via which he can go. He can actually resign. Because there's a lot of dissatisfaction about his governance, the manner in which he's leading the government. He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what? And what's the source of that money? So Kenya, looking at the totality of all that, Kenyans actually desire change. And one of the things, the bigger issue is that they are dissatisfied with this government, and this government must go even immediately. Ministers who are not performing should be fired. They should be replaced. Or the entire government can resign. It's not a rocket science. There are many countries in the world where an entire government has actually resigned, and Kenyans go to a fresh election. Now, let's give this also a historical context. At independence, we were promised three things that Kenyans are still struggling with today in the 21st century. The eradication of poverty, disease, and ignorance. If you look at the problems we're having with education, we've never eradicated ignorance. Food on the table, question of poverty. Healthcare, disease. So we've never really achieved all these three promises.
But why?
Because of the bad governments we have had historically. And I think the closest we came to addressing almost some of those issues when Kibaki actually even declared primary education free. At least. And I think at that time, many Kenyans will agree with you. It may not have been the best president, but at least there was a trickle-down effect even on the economy. After that, things just started going downhill. And I think for me, it's a failure of leadership generally, because even the parliamentarians cannot claim to be clean, just like the Proverbs, said. There is an admission that they are being given money. I think it was the senator for Kirinyaga, is it Kirinyaga or Kirinyaga, who said that they were offered 10 million. And he spoke about it openly.
And you see, even as we have the discussion in terms of the country needs absolute change, we look at the corruption matters that we hear that members of parliament receive monies for them to be able to pass a bill or drop a bill, that there are senators who receive money to impeach a governor or not to impeach a governor. We've had stories of how during impeachment motions in parliament, and those that would be in the defense asked, mmetembea namna gani, mmekuja hapa aje, wenzetu wamekuja namna fulani, mmetembea aje. But then again, you hear that some of these bribe money comes from the government, because members of parliament said we were given 200,000 to get rid of the deputy president. But here is a question where, with all that is happening in the country and the president speaking now, it has been touted by pundits that it is a political move, that the president wants to change this conversation to appear as though he is fighting corruption. But Senator,
but he's not. He's fighting
is it
corruption.
Politics, or is he really fighting corruption?
See, he's fighting. He's actually not fighting corruption. If you look at, for example, the fact that President William Ruto has even ignored EACC, DCI. He's forming this what is it called?
Task force, yeah.
There's another task force.
That task force. Yeah. So for what purpose? So what are you saying? And is the same. I'm sure EACC is in that. DPP is in that.
Yes.
Everybody. So why not, for example, since he said he has, let's start from his own assertion that a consumer of raw intelligence, I know the people, we will not shame them, but we will arrest them. So we should have seen by now some people recording statements with the DCI and being arraigned in court. At least if we could start from there, because he himself has come out openly to say, and that's the change Kenyans want. If the president can actually walk the talk, then that's the kind of change that Kenyans are asking for.
Senator.
Yeah, I think this is just lip service from the president and just trying to play politics because, you know, to pick it up from Dr. Okoh, in many democracies, Parliament can be a very good yardstick for ensuring that there is accountability from the presidency. Okay? And the issues that have come to the fore in the past 4 weeks or so dictate that we need to demand some serious answers from some of our key institutions, including the NSIs, including the EACC, including the DCI. Because allegations that have been made point to two institutions. One, it seems that the executive has been engaging in bribery. I think that's one of the issues that has come to the fore in the minds of Kenyans. Two, there is allegation being made that bribery takes place in Parliament. And that's a conversation we cannot ignore. When a dictator tells you that a president can resign, in fact, our constitution says that members of Parliament can also sack the president.
Impeach.
Can impeach him. And I don't think in a democracy like ours, when you look at how liberal our constitution is, I don't think a president should get away with allegations of bribery. What worse way can you...
How would it be different, Senator? Because that making of a statement, getting away with it, seems to be the modus operandi for many things. That a young man can be killed in a prison cell, that a young woman can be killed in a prison cell, that, you know, people can be disappeared without trace, people can be locked up without a charge in court or throughout the court process, and 3 weeks later we've forgotten about it.
Or somebody can be shot in broad daylight.
Honestly,
and somebody can go to court and deny that it was them.
Honestly speaking,
can it not just go away in the same way?
We have a big problem in our accountability mechanisms. You know, if Parliament can just sit back and, I mean, if you read the Constitution, Article 95, Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes. That's our Constitution.
That's what the Constitution says.
That's what the Constitution says.
But they are sleeping on the job.
And you know, if you say you want to travel the continent of Africa, go down to South Africa and see how the accountability there works against sitting presidents. President Thabo Mbeki was recalled by his own party.
Yes.
What was the reason? Because he interfered with a corruption investigation against his political opponent, just by placing a call and trying to twist, you know, the investigations. He was forced to step down. Zuma engaged in bribery with some Asian businessmen.
And even went to jail.
Yeah.
And he went to jail. Okay. There is, I think, is it Bangladesh? Where a president has just been jailed for 6 months for contempt of court because she was told she's facing a charge of murder against 227 Bangladeshi citizens. And then she said, oh, that's good. I've at least killed 227. It is confirmed.
Former president of the Philippines, actually.
Yeah, Rodrigo, the one of Philippines, is telling you. He was picked from Manila. Okay? On what allegations? He killed people on the pretext that he was fighting drugs. As we speak, he's been locked up in ICC because the world expects accountability against leaders and citizens in equal measure. Okay? So we can't be in a country where you have seen 65, I think the record says 65 youths have been murdered.
Yes.
Simply because they stepped out to exercise their democratic right of picketing and demonstrating. And then it's on record. It's on record that the president himself said, if you find these guys picketing, shoot them in the legs, take them to hospitals, you take them to court. I mean, what is happening? I think we are building a very good file for the ICC because the pronouncements I've seen and what has happened make President Ruto a candidate for the ICC.
Let me
if
ask
you
a
follow
question.
the case he has told you of Rodrigo in Philippines, what was he? What is he charged with? Rodrigo used to give immunity to police officers who would kill Filipinos. And that's what is happening in this country, that the president is telling you, and by extension the CS, Interior, that you can kill innocent citizens, but we shall protect you. Yeah. If we borrow from best international practices, there should be an active file against the executive in Kenya.
And you know, the paradox is this. If you look at Kenya, I mean, the governments of Kenya is synonymous for one thing, benchmarking. They make so many trips to some of these countries that have actually punished their leaders. So if we are really going to benchmark, let's also benchmark when it comes to accountability and and people really taking responsibility. So there's a lot of pretense, and I think this is the kind of change Kenyans are actually tired. In fact, maybe to the risk of let me play a devil's advocate here, kidogo. You know, I tend to think that actually there is a blessing in disguise in President William Ruto's presidency.
Okay.
Because I think there is one thing that I think President William Ruto managed to do is to somehow silence the fake dynastic claims in our country. Historically, those people have claimed to be dynasties. At least he's removed that. But I tend to think that he has given Kenyans the opportunity to now really deconstruct the person of him. Who is he? Starting from his promises in 2022. And I think Kenyans are now really looking at those boxes and saying, he promised this. Like now he abandoned, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutuamjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that narrative, that rosy narrative that, I'm coming for you. Me, I was a chicken seller myself, so I can relate to you. So Kenyans are saying, no, but this person is now different. Starting from his cabinet, a cabinet of billionaires and multi-millionaires. So really, he is not one of our own. And I think that's the change that Kenyans are crying for. And that's why they are saying, Mr. President, we want change. And I think that change must begin with him. I think if we were today to remove Ruto from the face of Kenya's politics, perhaps that's one of the changes that Kenyans are actually crying for. This person cannot be the face of leadership in our country.
And yet, you operate within a rule of law under the Constitution. So Kenya is not a failed state. Kenya still operates within the boundaries of a constitution. And in order for certain processes to take place, that the Constitution must be called upon, again, going back to the issues of the National Assembly, Senator, because one must ask a question. There is this cesspool, according to the President, where all these things are happening, whether he's also paddling in the pool as well, But then we expect, according to the Constitution, that the people who are going to right these wrongs, whatever they may be, are still the same people who are paddling in the pool. How can it possibly be that the people that you want to actually set things right are people who may or may not have their hands already dirty? How do you do that?
Yeah, first, I don't, it's very unfair for the president to make blanket condemnation. It would have been a bit, neater if the president was to address a press and say, from the intelligence I've received, the following members of parliament who have been engaging in bribery, corruption, are under investigations. Okay, if part of those members are his own party chairman in parliament or the leadership, okay, so that we have a targeted way of dealing with the problem. But when you make a blanket condemnation and then you want Kenyans to condemn the entire institution, it's a bit unfair. But then again, now that we have this conversation, we need the institutions that are charged with ensuring that we have integrity. Chapter 6, who enforces Chapter 6? We have the EACCs there. okay? They are the best guys who should take action. If anybody is engaged in bribery, if a governor has withdrawn 150 million shillings, and the president tells us it's public money withdrawn from the accounts of a county government.
Yes.
What is the role of NSIS? How can EACC be in office and somebody is just walking into the account of a government entity called a county government and you withdraw 150 million shillings and nothing happens? Not even a preventive measure. Yet there is a law that tells us I shouldn't withdraw more than $1 million.
Yes.
If I walk to the bank this morning and I may not have that money, but if I was to walk in and I want to withdraw 1.1 million, I'll be told to give a justification where I'm withdrawing money, where I'm taking this money. Now, if you are telling us that in this country called Kenya, somebody walks into government coffers and withdraws 150 million shillings and then spends it on bribery, do we have a country?
Which brings the question, is there any sincerity when you talk about fighting corruption in the country? And I start from this pretext that the house that is now calling the shots and accusing others has been accused of engaging bribery. If you look at empowerment, that is money that is not budgeted for. But you look at executive and the leadership spending this money without explaining where these monies are coming from. You talk about SHA, which is a government project. And in this paper today, we're talking about hospitals that are getting up to 20 million shillings, yet they are ghost hospitals. You know, we're talking about e-citizen and the billions of shillings that are getting lost again in an institution that is run by the government of Kenya. And all these, we are still silent on it. And you talk about a change that we want. And one asks, is the current political dispensation ready for the change that Kenyans are asking for? Wakili?
It has never been ready. And I don't think it will be ready until Kenyans probably just again cause another revolution. And maybe the kind of change that Kenyans actually are asking for is that a revolution to host this. In fact, before I lose my point on the question of withdrawal of 150 million, you know, there is a system in government called IFMIS,
yes.
Integrated Financial Management System. So one person cannot operate that system. There are approvals. That's why it's integrated. So here, what we are looking into here is a conspiracy to actually commit a crime. There are many people who may have been involved, actually were involved in the withdrawal of this money. And that therefore means if one person is able to walk in and withdraw 150 million from our government coffers, then it means that financial system has failed. And therefore, and we don't even know how much money now we have lost.
Or that it has been approved by somebody else.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
So President Uhuru, in fact, this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank? We don't have a Ministry of Treasury? You know, so, and when a president of a republic admits openly, then what action is he taking? When President William, and you can see President William Ruto is also continuing that narrative of Uhuru, but he's doing nothing about it. And I think that's the change that Kenyans are asking. Honestly, do we even have a government of the day with all these admissions? You know, so I think generally speaking, honestly, things are falling apart. Today, I don't know you guys, but today, if you go to a government office, for example, even now to report just a crime, sometimes people have told me, I mean, I'm a practicing law advocate, and people have come to tell me, even just to get that OB, kuandikiwa hiyo OB tu, lazima ununue lunch.
It has happened to me, so yeah, I hear you.
Passport. Yeah, you pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets. So if you are really to analyze many of these things, I think what Kenyans are asking, just in a nutshell, you know, I think we just need a total overhaul of the governance, or the government just to go home and Kenyans to go probably to seek a fresh mandate. And you can see the dissatisfaction everywhere. Sometimes I decide to just use Uber. And I'm telling you, even when President William Ruto says that he wants to run again in 2027, he will have to pull a miracle. Because everywhere and everybody you speak to, this is the most hated president in the history of our country. Talk to anybody. In fact, you guys just do an opinion poll on the streets. I've hardly met anybody who says, okay, I think let's give this president a chance. No, people want him gone like yesterday. And government, there's no service actually happening.
If we look at why nations fail, Senator, the different things, I mean, we are taught this in the schools of international relations, and we hear things like weak or extractive institutions. If you want to talk about extractive institutions and link it to 150 million shillings, lack of rule of law and property rights, political instability and conflict, economic dependence and poor diversification, poor education and human capital development, failure to adapt to changes. Those are some of the core ideas around why nations fail. Do we see some of those things happening in Kenya today? And if so, what can be the interventions that stop the bleed? Because yes, we can lament, and I think it is important to do so. It is cathartic at some point.
First,
but you need to now look towards...
First, you posed a question that you have not allowed us to respond to.
Go, please.
Empowerment programs. Last week, or the other week, I saw the president mobilized 8,000 people from the larger Gusii region. In
your county was one of them, yes?
Yes. And word out there is that at the end of the meeting, each person was given 10,000 shillings. How much is that, Doctor?
10,000 times 8,000.
That's right. Is it 80 million?
80 million.
Okay. 80 million.
I think so.
Given in State House,
80 million. Yes.
Given in State House, and in State House, if you have read history, you go to the White House, you read out biographies, you will find that there are people who will record. Even there is even phone tappings that happen in State House on the happenings. So if NSIS wanted to give us a report, they can produce it even tomorrow. Follow that with what's happening in empowerment forums, where you can make a quick additions and you find the deputy president is spending 50 million in a month. Now, where does this money come from?
If not more.
Yeah, if not more.
Yeah.
Where does this money come from? And you are the president trying to just thumb, saying, I pushed through the anti-money laundering law. Yet he's engaged in money laundering. I mean, the international community should take notice of what is happening in Kenya. You can't, if we challenge the president today, can you tell us the source of these 80 million shillings? Where was this money withdrawn from?
That's just a drop.
Yeah. How can you have a country where people work? I'm just trying to imagine. Daktari have never handled 80 million shillings cash. How was this money carried? Did somebody come with it in a truck to State House, parked it there and said, now let us sit down and put it in envelopes, 10,000.
In a country that you can't work with $1 million shillings.
In $1 million shillings. I mean,
and you can imagine what 80 million will do, for example, just in even a small dispensary.
Yes. And then you link it now with what you have just posed to me, weak institutions. How can EACC, an independent body, I was the chair, Daktari, when we were fighting day and night, and you had
in the council,
committee of experts, and we were fighting day and night to entrench EACC in the constitution, in the hope that if we entrench them in the constitution, they will be fearless, okay, they will be independent, and they will pursue war against corruption without fear or favor. To crown it up, the head of that institution is now a bishop. So it should be fearless, Bishop Ogende. But how do you allow a president to engage? I respect my president, I mean, really, but how can you allow to engage in acts that really, when you look at them, it's money laundering? Walking around with cash and giving people this cash, and then anti-money laundering says you should not dispense money whose source cannot be explained. That's what anti-money laundering is. So can anybody today, if EACC was to be summoned even to Parliament, will they tell us where was this money withdrawn from? Was it private money or it was government money? If you go to countries like the US, when you invite guests to White House, you disclose whether they are coming there as state guests or private. If it's private, even the tea they take, you get a bill as a president.
Yes.
You get a bill.
If you're taking your children on the presidential jet, you pay for them.
You pay for them. Even the guests who come in, if you entertain people and these are your private guests, you get a bill. In White House, you get a bill and you're told this one pay. So when these delegations come to State House for those campaigns, who foots the bill?
So this is the question.
The only person now, that takes us to the answer, what you asked. Our institutions are letting us down. You know, if EACC or NSIS was to come up with a very good report and present it to Parliament, why wouldn't the Parliament then proceed to impeach? Okay? But our institutions are engaging in self-censorship.
Why wouldn't Parliament then be bold enough to impeach? And this is a question here. Because they are the institution that has been granted the power to do just that. Because this is not conjecture, Senator Daktari. This is not that let's see and look at Kenya and imagine there's a situation whereby unexplained monies are finding their way all over the place.
Everywhere.
This is not imagined. This is seen.
It's real.
It's real. So if institutions in other countries, for example, we've given the examples of Bangladesh this morning, we've talked about Singapore, we've talked, I mean, we've not gone to Brazil on the other side of the world where people have been jailed for things that they did before. And it was not just your run-of-the-mill anybody civil servant. These are presidents. So who's responsible for making sure that these things are actually done?
You know, at the end of the day, the buck stops with the president.
He's not going to arrest himself, Dr.
No, he will not arrest himself, but he has also come out to say, you want me to go, do you want me to go? There are mechanisms in the constitution. He can resign. Because now what Kenyans are actually saying, we don't want you. You have failed us, you've lied to us. In fact, now President William Ruto, that's why the slogan Kasongo, Kahongo have become the norm, you know, in places. People see him as a liar. And in fact, one of the changes I think maybe Kenyans are asking, and maybe President William Ruto need to have some introspection. It's common knowledge that, among Kenyans speak, that he's the most corrupt politician. It's common knowledge. He's even been called names like Arap Mashamba and all that. So can he shed off that tag first? Yeah? Until Ruto honestly sheds off that tag of being a corrupt leader, then he cannot actually castigate others. Not that we are saying it's okay for the others also to keep on have these practices of corruption, but at least he himself is being seen in the eyes of Kenyans. You know, it's not a court saying this for the first time or Mogeni here, Senator. It is a perception, whether real or imagined. That is his image. So, like the senator actually said, you know, the sources of this money really must be disclosed. But I also doubt that these institutions aren't giving him the intel, because he admitted that he's a consumer of raw intelligence. Meaning, therefore, some of these institutions actually are giving the president information about bad governance, corruption. But he has refused to take action. And the other day, I mean, and by the way, when people talk about interference with this institution, I see nothing wrong with the president saying, the same way he formed this multitask agency, I see nothing wrong with him having a session with the Chief Justice, with the EACC, with the DCI and DPP, and tell them, guys, things are falling apart in the country. Can we at least, take our mandates seriously? It doesn't have to direct them. Yeah, he can meet up with Parliament, tell Parliament, things are not looking good, because I'm sure he gets intelligence about how Kenyans are dissatisfied with his leadership.
Let me just throw a span in the works, right? So the president says he is the consumer of raw intelligence, and this intelligence is given to him by independent institutions. Talk about NIS, talk about the police, talk about EACC. But one would,
I'm sure even parliamentarians, give him information about who has been bribed.
But here's a question where the president seems as though he is using this raw information, this intelligence, for his own political expediency. Because one would argue you use that to impeach the deputy president, say. You use that information to deal with those members of parliament who are thought to be anti-government. So therefore, is it a question of the president controlling the independent institutions, or the independent institutions, including Parliament, have ceded their power and allowed the executive to control the Senate.
You saw after elections what happened immediately. After the elections, the first scheme was to dismantle the majority of the opposition in Parliament,
which was
okay. Because President Ruto knew that
he didn't have majority.
If he leaves the opposition to be in the majority, then there are all these risks, including getting a process that can remove him constitutionally through an impeachment. So the first thing he did was to buy off members of the opposition. And that takes us to the problem I have with Kenyans. This mindset of being in government is the only way that a region can develop. I mean, we were given a very progressive constitution in 2010. You go to national values at chapter 10. It talks of equity, it talks of fairness. It does not allow a president to take office and engage in a process that discriminates regions that are perceived to be opposition. But you'll find members of parliament will say, I have left opposition to go to government so that I can milk the cow, so that my people get development. Yet, the budget making process is so clear that the government will initiate the idea. It will make the proposals. But the final say is on the floor of parliament. So you don't need to have an excuse. I don't think it's a crime to be in the opposition.
No,
it's not. But then
it's part of our democracy.
It's part of our democracy. And you have followed politics. You saw how long the Labour has been out of government in the UK. But they didn't say, now we are going to auction the Labour and join the Conservative in government. No,
they remain there.
They said we'll come with an agenda, a different agenda for moving the UK forward, and then convince people that we are the right guys to vote in to form the new government. But in this country, you want to tell us that if you lose in an election, the best thing to do is to say, now I'm going to join government so that my region can develop. No, you should be giving us an alternative, like what you have just pointed to us this morning. Sure. Do you know about 70 regional offices have been closed across the country?
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
It's not working.
Across the country.
But I have a question for you, Senator.
Let me conclude this way.
Yeah.
I want us to put pressure on the right institutions.
Yeah.
You know how President Nixon was impeached?
Yes.
It was all about information that was shared by the intelligence.
Yeah.
About the recordings that took place
Watergate
in the White House on the Watergate scandal. Is it called Watergate?
Yes.
The Watergate scandal. Okay? And when the issue came out, President Nixon said, I enjoy immunity, so the recordings that took place are in the White House and I will not allow them to be released. Okay? But then, just to demonstrate how important an institution can be, somebody went to the Supreme Court and sought for an order, okay, for that information that was in those tapes to be released and to be made public to assist Congress progress the impeachment. And the moment that information was out there, Nixon resigned. Okay? So we want our institutions to tell us what is the source of this money that is carried in boxes or in trucks. Where does this money, from which account? Because you can't manufacture money, Dr.
Maybe they do.
Because we really must get answers. And the best people to do this is we want somebody from either NSIS or ESC, because the accountability demands that if Kenyans want to get certain information, they should get it. And once the information is out there, then the next debate should be, what do we do within the information that is in our possession? So the money in State House should be looked at like the tapes that President Nixon had in the White House.
Senator, I have a question for you before we finish this show.
Well, we're not finishing, so we still have some time because there's some things we need to interrogate this morning.
But I think generally now we agree that there is failure both from the political leadership and in government. Because parliamentarians have failed in their cardinal rule of oversighting, enacting legislation that are people-friendly and
representation.
That, honestly, we can agree it's a failure from the parliament. That's why you can hear of this talk of being bought. The opposition has been dismantled. But Senator, you are a member of ODM. Has your party failed Kenyans, especially your leadership, the top leadership, because they are lying to Kenyans about this thing called broad-based government, which is really now blood-based government, because it's sucking up Kenyans. So as your party as the opposition failed us, because you guys got a substantial number of votes, which means that representation has actually now been dismantled to oversight government. Have you failed us?
I think if you ask me, you have brought two things which should be of concern to Kenyans. Issue of legislation, okay? Because if indeed, and I think the jury is out there, but if indeed an allegation can be made that to pass a law in parliament, you bribe members of parliament. Shouldn't that worry Kenyans? It should worry Kenyans. It should worry Kenyans.
It's being passed for personal reasons.
I think, Daktari, we now need to be a bit innovative as a country and relook at the process of legislating. You know, when you put it in the constitution, like in Article 18, that parliament will involve, the word used I believe is involve the people through public participation in legislation. How detailed should be the participation?
And the courts have since ruled that just the meaningful participation.
Yeah, but I think the court needs to take it further, because in countries that involve the people, if you go to the Constitution of Australia, it actually talks of, if you want to change the constitution, there must be a referendum in the entire constitution.
In Switzerland, they voted.
But what?
They go for referendum
What the Australians have done is to extend that referendum even to legislations. Okay, because I believe the concept was that you can't trust parliamentarians. What is telling you about Switzerland? Theirs is very elaborate.
They vote on almost everything.
Every legislation that comes up in parliament must be voted. In fact, theirs is so liberal that you can pass it, you can pass a legislation, but the people can initiate a referendum to counter. And if the referendum of the people votes against that law, the law fails.
Okay.
So I think, Daktari, public participation in Kenya should now change to become an issue where the people vote directly. Because a lot of doubt is being created on our legislative process as parliamentarians. So the only safeguard, because we are here, I think, discussing brainstorming on what we can do with this country of ours we call Kenya, so that we make it less attractive, that we don't need to bribe members. Let us give the power to the people, so that if we pass any legislation, we still throw it back to the people. Public involvement should be upscaled to mean that you and I vote. If you're increasing,
and it goes direct to a decision.
It goes direct. Look at
if that would
look
be
at the housing.
Is there a need for parliament?
Look at you can. He has told you in Switzerland, you have the people, but you still involve this parliament, but you still involve the people. Okay, you can have the two. In Australia, to change, if you want to change a local law, okay, you say now bars will be opened up to
24 hours.
Up to 11. No, from 9 p.m. to 11. You go to the people and they vote.
Exactly.
You get it?
Yes.
Now, here in Kenya, you come with a law you call housing, okay, and you want to take our money by force. But maybe you bribe parliament to pass the law.
It's already been taken.
And you don't involve the people. I brought in a fantastic amendment to that law. To change that tax. To make it voluntary, to cushion. I was looking at poor Kenyans. They were 54, heading to retirement, and you are going to deduct their money. So I said, let's cushion people who have mortgages. Let's cushion people who are approaching retirement. Okay, and then we make it voluntary. That if you take the money from me and you don't give me a chance to buy the house, it can be a saving. In fact, that was marrying with the manifesto of UDA.
But
that law was shut down because of tyranny of numbers on the floor.
But Senator, I have to ask you that the things that you're proposing now, whereby you say that if something needs to be done, let us expand the power that the people have. This power for people has already been placed very clearly in the Constitution. It is very clear that the power is in the hands of the people. It has been delegated to representatives who then form at different levels, right? But we don't follow the Constitution. That's the problem. That you can bring another law. Kenya is tied up in a lot of laws, legalese, frameworks. What do they call this thing?
Commission of Inquiry reports.
Come on. There's so many of those things. People spend their time and blood and sweat coming up with these things, and it's as though you do them. It's a dog and pony show. After the thing is done, we move on as though it doesn't matter. The question here is, what is it going to take for let's even start with the Constitution. Forget bar none, all these other things that have been come up with later. If the Constitution in its entirety is being followed and is being adhered to, would we then be faced with all these other shenanigans that we see taking place?
Joe, when you are writing the Constitution of any country, and my senior here can confirm, there are two things, there are two concepts. There is what we call the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. The Constitution is a living document. We must breathe life into it, and that calls for people who actually believe in the Constitution to be able to enforce it. Whether the letter is clear or not, you go to the spirit. For example, devolution. In this Constitution, we managed to remove the cry for marginalization. We from the north, for the longest time, used to say we are being marginalized. There is no development coming from our regions, but we created equitable share revenue. We also created in 204, Article 204, the Equalization Fund. So that today we people from Turkana, the northern frontier districts, have no basis of saying we are being marginalized. And I can see it is the political class that's actually fathering this nonsense of I'm going to go into government so that my people can bring development. And then of course you have the presidency that is buying into that lie, that I'm taking development to the people. It is not his money. It's not like he's behaving as if he's dishing out money from his own pocket. This is taxpayers' money. And even if it's a debt, a national debt, it is borrowed in the name of Kenyans. So you cannot say, I'm bringing development, nitawajengia sijui barabara, nitawafanyeni. No, it's not his work. His work is to govern the country. And I think also where we are also failing as a country is, in just the political leadership basically is wrong. From the very beginning. So you are actually like the Senator said, I don't want to repeat it, that UDA did not get the majority in Bunge, but the first thing that the president did was to compromise that parliament so that he can pass it. Recently, after the president accused them of bribery, you had the debate. They went immediately and started a debate in Bunge. And I say, this president, he brought us share to competition. He brought us housing levy to compete. We did it for him. So members of parliament were also not passing legislation with their people in mind.
Beautiful example, because then I have to go back to this question about the independence of these institutions. Because kama tumekufanyia, we did for you. We did for you. And we are expecting the same lot of people to hold can we expect the same lot of people then to hold the president accountable?
Parliament is an extension of the executive, period. If I go back memory lane, even during Kanu's time, I remember during debate time, members of parliament will actually be debating and saying, in my constituency, they'll bring actually their constituency concerns into the floor of parliament. And they will actually argue, ask a minister, there is a bridge in my area that's broken, the school. You don't hear those examples anymore. You hear people just saying, we have to pass this law, and the next thing money is passing hands. So we don't have an institution actually.
Which means, like the question that Ndu has asked, these independent institutions that are supposed to oversight the government, that is supposed to speak on behalf of Kenyans, because you look at all these institutions and all that they do enjoy, like the senator here, he enjoys donated power from the people of Nyamira, who gave him that mandate to represent them. But you find that once we get to this parliament, people cede their power. I still stand on that they cede their power and allow themselves to be television, to be controlled using a remote. So here is a question where when you talk about even Senate as we speak right now, there's an entire debate on should senators get the Senate Oversight Fund. CDF is also a big question. And all these is tokens being given for political expediency and maintenance of these political positions. Senator, as we speak today, is the political class really ready for the change that you're talking about? And we talk about also justice in the country. We're being told, hii mambo watu walikufa, let us compensate them. How can we have compensation without justice?
I think first you asked whether institutions work. I think the only reason why I give a lot of credit to our late President Kibaki is because Kibaki allowed institutions to work. Remember, those were the days when President Kibaki would nominate an Attorney General and Parliament would say no. And he would stay back and say, let me respect the decision of Parliament. You know, Daktari who gave us this constitution will tell you that Kenya, what we have is what we call a limited constitution, okay? Where the powers of the president are limited. You get it? The powers of Parliament are also limited, okay? We are all being oversighted by this other institution called the judiciary. So if the president was to step back and allow institutions to work, if you stop today from going back to the Moi politics, you know, you want to walk to Turkana, tell the people of Turkana, without me you can never have water. Yet, as the Daktari tells you, that is a devolved function that can be dealt with by our county.
And it is funded.
It is funded. We fight as senators. Every 5 years, I fight so hard to have a formula that guarantees that all the 47 counties will fairly and equitably get resources that can enable them to do the functions that are assigned to counties. But the president wants to demonstrate to people that you will never survive unless I come to you and dish goodies. You have to do extra constitutional governance, where you call people and make a declaration. You know, we used to call him Baba na Mama. That is the same concept that President William Ruto wants to bring.
But Senator is a Kanu surrogate.
But Senator can't.
You see, the Constitution, the Constitution distributes power. Okay, I told you that. If you read the budget making process, MDAs, ministries, department agencies will make a proposal, okay, on how they intend to implement Vision 2030. Because everything is documented. Vision 2030 is reduced to midterm plans, 5 years, okay? And then they look at the broader development needs of the country, and then they make proposals, come to Parliament, and in Parliament we do public participation, okay? And then finally you allow the government now to spend, you do an appropriation. But you know, I find members of Parliament who are even lawyers, they go back to their people, their constituents, and say, you know, I have to be in government so that my constituents gets development. Yet that power has been donated to you. It says in Article 95 that Parliament deliberates and debates on issues of concern to the people, including development. You get it? Now, the power has also been given to you as a citizen. Under Article 104, Ekuru wrote that in the Constitution. He was the secretary. They said in Article 1, if you think your member of Parliament
can recall
is not meeting the bill, recall him.
That's interesting, because even as you say that, the newly instituted IEBC basically said, interesting enough, in Kenya of all countries, that they don't have enough laws, framework, to then be able to set up the procedure where members of Parliament can be recalled. That's one. So even in that, where Kenyans would rise up and say, you know what, we want to recall our members of Parliament. What does the body that has been constituted to run over such things tell you? Well, actually, you know what, we don't have enough framework to have this done. In the same breath, you want to say Kenyans are up in arms and they say, we are not happy with the way things are, we want to protest. They're killed.
Yeah,
so they want to go the way of the law.
And another
they're
thing,
told there's not enough framework. What should Kenyans do?
Yeah, so the framework, there was a law in place, but a number of sections were quashed by
It was undermined by Parliament.
Okay, a number of clauses were quashed, so that can be worked on. But there is also another issue you raised of CDF. I think last week, NGC. Last week, my governor was in Parliament, and he tabled his finances before us. And one of the key issues he told us is that, my government is giving bursary to students. And when I went through, I found a case of students who had been called to Alliance High School. I don't know that you are an alumni of Alliance. And do you know how much bursary he had given those students? 3,100. And he has prepared a big booklet saying, I am supporting students through bursary. 3,100. I think fees in Alliance is about 108,000 shillings. You give somebody 3,100 and you want to tell the citizens of Nyamira that we give bursary to students. What am I saying? This debate, Daktari, about CDF is all nonsense. If you go to the US has a scheme where they support needy students fully. In fact, you go to university, the government will give you $7,800 to support your education a whole year. And if you don't spend, if the university doesn't take all that money for the purposes of tuition, they'll give you the balance to buy books and support yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? And they do it directly to the student. Why do you want in this country to create a system where the treasury will sit down and say, we are going to send money to the CDF board, okay? Then the CDF board will say, now I'll send this money down to the member of parliament. Then the member of parliament will tell people, come and queue in my office, pick forms, I will evaluate through my team the needs for your bursary. Then at the end of the day, give you 2,000.
Pay directly to the institution.
Yeah.
If we want to support our children, I went to school in the 90s, and the government fully paid for my university education. When I finished, I paid. I don't think the government knew where I come from. They only knew that this is a bright student and he must get a right, which is now in Article 43, a right to education. And they paid for me. I only looked for University of Nairobi. I'd never been to Nairobi. I just looked for University of Nairobi, took a bus, was escorted by my uncle to Nairobi, and he took me to university, and I settled. Accommodation was there, fees was paid for me, and I finished my school. Then I paid. Why do we want to dehumanize
the bureaucracy,
the education of this country, and politicize it by saying that you want to put CDF in the constitution so that children can go to the member of parliament to get CDF? Let us have a policy that says everybody will get a right to education, and the government will support that right. When you finish, you can now follow me to repay you back. The benchmarking you spoke about, we can benchmark in many countries. But this idea of giving people 2,000 shillings and then you tell them that the government is supporting, that is nonsense. The SHA issue. If you go to countries where you are implementing universal health coverage, you go to Australia, as a senior citizen, if the government tells you that you are a beneficiary of universal health coverage,
yes,
you go to a public hospital, you consult the doctor, they prescribe medicine for you, you walk to a chemist, they dispense drugs, they will bill the government directly.
And the government pays directly.
But here, what you have under this nonsense called SHA is people go to hospital, you incur a bill of 2 million, then the government tells you SHA will pay 130. Look for the balance. You go to our senior citizens, retired people who are trying to deal with lifestyle diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure. They walk into county hospitals, they don't get the drugs, then they are told, go and buy the drug from the chemists. And there is no refund. So it's not working. What Dr. told you about the aspirations that we had at independence. It's not working. If the government wants us to have universal health coverage, then we must have something that is meaningful and beneficial to our people. You get full health coverage.
We must actually equip our hospitals.
And appreciate that the public hospitals don't have capacity to treat all of us. That's a fact.
Do senators need the Senate Oversight Fund for them to do what it is they're supposed to do, oversight anyway?
I will not have a problem with oversight because that is what actually is in the Constitution.
No,
the main role,
the oversight fund.
The oversight, I mean, if it is, I interpret oversight fund to mean that you need to have structures in place. It's not money for you to eat. It's money for you to...
It's actually, there's a provision.
It is money. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oversight money is okay because what you are saying is you need staff in the office who can assist you to oversight how money is spent. If the Auditor General has filed a report and he says, I went to the ground and I saw these projects were in the budget, and the report I have is that these projects have already been done, I believe oversight means that Office of Senator needs to have maybe an engineer or a fiscal expert who can also counter-check that what you are being told, because there can be collusion between the government office and an auditor. So the oversight is to give capacity to the office, because a senator cannot go to all the projects in the counties and come and say whether what the auditor is saying is true or not. So if it's about capacity, and I think this should be for the entire parliament, member of National Assembly and senators should have an oversight fund that should improve the institutional capacity of that office to undertake oversight. I don't think, Dr. you have a problem.
I have a different opinion.
Yeah.
First of all, that's another wastage of money that Kenyans actually need in the various institutions. I think what we could do, Senator, my view is that if Parliament, including Senate, were keen to read the report of the Auditor General, because the Auditor General spends about 6 months or if not more investigating how money is being spent, and actually files a report that actually incriminates almost all these offices, right from even the office of the president up to departments of government. But that report is never implemented. That report, even when it is debated in Parliament, parliamentarians do not actually now oversight. So I don't think we need to send any more money to senators or even to members of Parliament. If we were just to implement the Auditor General report and the raw intelligence that the president says he receives through these institutions, and we see people actually going to jail, because you see, what parliamentarians have done, and this is where this accountability measure is becoming elusive. When the Auditor General makes findings, parliamentarians turn them into now questions. That report, by the time he pens it down, he has actually made a finding, because he cajoles you. Can you confirm this road you built? Can you confirm this hospital, this school, and this, that? And if you cannot, then he does his report. So his report is a finding of non-expenditure of the money. So what the parliamentarian needs to do, and the government of the day, is to put, and I work with accountants, and they tell me, when you read the Auditor General report, and Senator is a senior lawyer to me, if I put the auditor on the stand and ask him question about misuse of funds here, most accountants will tell me I don't even need 20 minutes, because it's already a finding. In cross-examination, he'll confirm that this governor stole. Actually, it's just theft of money. You know what they're calling corruption in this country? It's actually theft of public resources.
Right, it is. It's theft.
It's theft.
It's theft.
So, and honestly, in the law of evidence, I won't take too much time just to confirm. If I put an auditor, an accountant in the dock to confirm.
Let's get through this process and ask ourselves a question then around what it would actually take, because that's essentially what we are saying today. That if you talk to the president today and ask certain things to be done to claw back, and unfortunately some of the regression that the nation has gone through, you want to ask certain questions. And again, we've given the examples. If we go to the process through which for president of Bangladesh or Singapore, then went through a process and was jailed, that there was a petition that was raised, that there were independent bodies that then got involved. There was a court process that took place. There was a prosecutor and then there was a finding. Beyond the finding, then there were bodies who then did the actual taking of this individual from point A to point B and jailing them. Now I'm looking through each and every one of those levels of process, and I'm asking the question. Senator is smiling because he knows where I'm going. In Kenya today, from the point of somebody raising a petition, leave alone raising a petition for a deputy president to be impeached, because there was a lot of political fiasco around what that actually was. But if we are talking about a process whereby somebody will be held accountable after it has been found out that certain things have taken place, I am wondering who would do that in Kenya today. Members of Parliament,
I have a burning,
the EACC,
I have a burning issue.
The DCI,
Citizens.
the NPS, the OPP.
I have a burning issue.
Who are the ones
I have a
who
burning
would
issue
do this
I really
in
want to
Kenya?
raise, and I think I want the senator to respond to it.
Okay.
You see, one of the reasons why this institution you list are actually failing Kenyans is because of the manner in which they are being appointed. Yeah. For example, I mean, I don't like talk about the dead people, but you know, like, for example, they let Chebukati. He wasn't the best. I think he was the bottom of the list when he was picked to be chairman. There's a lot of compromise in appointments. But again, I'm surprised Kenyans are surprised the fact that this presidency does not respect the constitution. Kenyans have got such a short memory. William Ruto mounted a no campaign against this constitution. Yeah. So why are Kenyans surprised that the spirit and even the letter of the constitution is not being implemented? But to the point I'm making on this institution, if you look at the manner in which these institutions are they're appointing people. Like now, my younger brother Erastus Ethekon is being painted as if he's being given this thing because he's a Turkana, or is it because Nanok is in State House? But people are failing to look at the qualifications of this new chairman. The guy is well read, he's so competent, he's worked in international agencies like the UNDP and others. He's a guy, his CV is big. And so, but now, the way the image is being painted, he's just been given because he's a marginalized from a small community. I mean, let's look at the competence of people. But it's also true that there is always the presidency, the appointing authority is always hunting for people who actually would be pro them. And that's why you find, I mean, we lawyers today got surprised. Some of us got surprised when the DPP was appointed. Okay, we barely knew him.
Oh, this guy.
Yes. So there's that element of, and I can see from the headlines that people are saying he was one of the guys who is failing us in terms of prosecuting. So you can report, a crime. Then there was all this bureaucracy approvals and all that. EACC, now I'm told, I mean, they maybe should invite them here one day. One of the most lucrative businesses now is to investigate corruption. So you're a government.
Yeah, but I want you to both address this issue, please. Today, I'm going to repeat it for all avoidance of doubt. Today, if there is a motion that should be brought against let's not even go to the president. Let's even go to a cabinet secretary. Okay, then maybe let's go to the deputy president, because you know what? Let's stay with the president, because these are the examples that we're being given. It's presidents that are being jailed in different parts of the world. A petition has been brought about by in two cases. One, a private citizen, another one, a member of their parliament. Okay, and this is how the cases then progressed towards whereby there was an arrest, there was bail that was granted, and then the court procedure started. This is well after their stay in office. One, a sitting president. Okay, so they went through the process. A judge, judiciary, arm of government, same people, same idea, sat, listened to the trial. The trial went on. An individual was found guilty. A judge in the judiciary, again, arm of government, found that yes, this is the case. They were found guilty. A judge pronounced a sentence. And another judiciary now done their job. Another institution made a collection of an individual in terms of taking this individual to prison. Police service. In this whole investigation, criminal investigations took place. Do you see where I'm going? In Kenya today, with everything as it is, who is that person who is going to say in the judiciary they followed that process, in the DCI they followed that process, in the NPS they followed that process, in the IEBC is already telling you that we don't have enough framework, so that's out the window. Who is this person that we're saying, look, we're giving examples, look at these jurisdictions, let's do like that?
You want to look at Kenya being South Korea. I don't,
or Sri Lanka.
Or Sri Lanka. The accountability mechanism in South Korea is so clear that even Parliament itself can initiate the process. They impeach the president, okay? And then after the impeachment, the other institutions, the ones you are mentioning, come in.
Kenya's constitution.
So what you are simply telling us, you are looking at a situation in Kenya where Parliament starts by impeaching the president because that's the only way you can remove his immunity. Yes. Because currently he enjoys immunity against any criminal prosecution. Okay, yes. So the best institution would be Parliament starts the initiation, National Assembly impeach him, then you strip him of immunity. Then the other institutions can step in. But the statement you're making is that we have not risen to the occasion. I saw the other day in DRC. In DRC, a president is taken like a senator, and you get the title of a live senator, and you enjoy immunity against prosecution. But when the civil strife broke out, and the President Kabila flew in and went to Goma, there was that perception that he was the one who was either funding or organizing the rebellion against the sitting president. So the Senate moved in very quickly, and they moved a motion to strip him of the immunity. And only 5 senators sided with Kabila. So he was stripped of that immunity. Now he has an active investigation ongoing against him. So to answer you, that is how the process should work here. The institutions are there. Like now we expect these things we have asked about anti-money laundering and everything. We expect NSIs to give us a report. We expect the DCI. We expect EACC. Because you don't expect really Parliament to be people who can investigate and take somebody to court. And you will be surprised that the framers of our constitution had all the good intentions. Permanent secretaries are supposed to be appointed through a process that is competitive, that is fair, that is non-political. You make an application to Public Service Commission. But word out there is that the executive sends a list. He says, that process is just ticking the boxes that an interview took place. But do an interview for 3 minutes each, and this is the list of the people we want. Okay. You get it? The DPP is supposed to be picked through a process that is credible. There are stakeholders, the president has to participate, then you
and he can even initiate investigation on his own motion, but he's never done.
It's expected that
so
they would.
What other countries have done is they warned themselves. Maybe this is where you didn't warn yourself, Doctor, when you wrote this constitution. Some countries warned themselves that situations may arise where those who are holding office may find themselves conflicted, that they may not take action. A good example is the US. The US, the Department of Justice, has a way that they can go around it. If you find a case that is so political, where you as a Department of Justice think you are very conflicted, okay? But it is in public interest that an investigation takes place. They appoint what they call a special counsel. That is an independent person outside. It could be maybe Ekuru is a presidential candidate. We can't pick him. But if he was not in politics, you pick somebody like Ekuru.
I'm still a lawyer.
But if he can convince us that he's impartial. So what the US does is that you pick a special counsel who is not in government, who cannot be seen to be conflicted, whose agenda will be to push the public interest. An example is what happened in the Trump case. Trump case was even investigated by a special counsel. So the special counsel does the investigation and makes the recommendation on how to prosecute. So maybe now that we are at 15 years since the inception of our constitution, I think time has come for us to review the performance of our constitution and propose some changes. Because I believe if you get a case like this anti-money laundering issue, if you pick an independent lawyer, a senior lawyer out there, who doesn't feel like I'm conflicted, I'm still going to continue serving under this executive, he investigates that case and then makes recommendation for prosecution, and somebody else does the prosecution.
And does
because to be very candid, we were in church yesterday, we were in church on Sunday, if we were to be very honest. None of these institutions we have here can investigate
and there's the
high-level executive. The only office that I must give credit to is the Auditor General's office. That lady says it as is.
Yes.
She says it as is. If you go through the report, you will see mega scandals that happen in the national government and in the county government. That is the only institution that I can pick this morning and say, for the ladies of this country, you can walk tall.
All right.
But there's something I did. You remember, I don't know whether you remember our petition against the deployment of our Kenya police to Haiti.
Yes.
I sued Ruto in that petition. And that suit was not trying to criminalize his action, but to say that he has actually violated our constitution, chapter 14 on national security, by deploying our national police service outside the jurisdiction of Kenya. Yeah. Of course, the judge agreed with the petition finally, but he excused the president. And I think if there's one thing that actually we need to amend now that the constitution is turning 15 this month, we need to criminalize the violation of the constitution. Because you cannot swear to say that I uphold, I protect this constitution, then you go on to violate it, to disrespect it. Because it actually goes against even Article 10, Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and all the, Article 1, if you look at from the preamble to Article 1, all that. A person who have entrusted to protect and uphold our constitution, now is violating it. We must fight. There has to be a mechanism of punishing this person, even if it's not mean sending them to jail.
All right.
Yeah.
This is what the conversation is. Senator Njeri believes, he says that he's got great expectations. There's a book by Charles Dickens. It's called Great Expectations. Their expectations were great as well. One for us to watch and hear. Thank you so much, both of you, for being here this morning. Necessary for us to look into some of these things. Senator for Nyamira County is Senator Njeri Okoh, and he's been here with us this morning. And Dr. Ekuru Court is the party leader for Third Way Alliance. Gentlemen,
thanks for having us on the show.
Well done, Asante. It's 25 minutes to now 9 o'clock. Thanks for being here and extending that time with us. It continues. Good morning.
Thank you. Yep.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your
Get ready for non-stop adventure with Star Times. Join your favorite heroes and dive into a world of fun and excitement. Enjoy endless entertainment on top kids channels like ST Kids, Jim Jam, Toonami, Da Vinci, Baby TV, CBeebies, Boing, ST Tunes, and ST Kids Plus on your Star Times decoder. All this from as low as 329 shillings per month on aerial decoders with the Nyota package, or only as low as 549 shillings per month on dish decoders with the Nova package. Recharge your subscription for 2 months and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for free. Dial star 858 hash for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. This holiday, adventure begins at home. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Manze, nowadays ukipigia mse
Niko Rubies.
Upigie mbogi wase mko.
Sisi tuko Rubies.
Madhe uko
Niko Rubies.
Why is Kenya at Rubies? Ultra-Trek Fuel, castor oil, Enjoy Shop, tire pressure, Rubies gas, chemist, coffee. Ala, na we, mbona uko Rubies? Niko Rubies for Ultra-Trek, fuel that helps me drive longer, cleaner, better, and smoother. Kwani Rubies iko na kila kitu. Si washroom safi, si sport ya date, si snacks. Rubies iko na kila kitu. Mse, uko, tukutane Rubies. Rubies is making life's journey better.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe you let say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Ati mnasemaga it slapped me?
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks
Thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways.
And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data, and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to My Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom home fiber.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 20 minutes to 9 o'clock, and we continue our conversations this morning because now we want to hear from you. And let me just let you start to prepare what that number is. We want to have you call in live into the studio this morning as we continue this conversation, because you know what? It's necessary that you do. What do you actually need the president to do? What needs to happen in order for the change that we need? 0732 142 650, 0732 142 650. Call into studio. Let's hear from you this morning as we continue in with that conversation. And we need you to remember also that we're connecting you. Safaricom Home Fiber says, why worry when you can connect?
Why worry when you can connect? Why worry when we have reliable and fast speeds? When you talk about fast speeds, we're talking about up to double the speeds at 25% discount. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember, Safaricom Home Fiber is connecting new subscribers at that rate all the way to the 31st of August. That means you have 6 days to go. But even when you're getting into that, just what exactly are you getting into? You're getting free router, free installation, free maintenance. And when the network is done, what do you get? 5 GB of data.
Okay.
Yeah. Smooth life maintained throughout the process. But even when you're doing that, you're talking about reliability. What does that mean? When you are streaming your movies, you enjoy seamless connectivity. When you are streaming your music, when you are attending webinars, when you are attending class, when you are touching base with the summer bunnies that are about to come into the country, you do that what? You do that seamlessly. For you to get these, dial *400# or visit My Safaricom app at the comfort of your home or wherever it is you are across the country. Safaricom Home Fiber will be there to sort you out. Remember, this offer is valid to all the new customers who will be joining until the 31st of August. Safaricom is telling you what? Feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Indeed, and then we remember that Standard Chartered understands many things, and that when you focus on what keeps you up at night, the idea that everything that you built could be lost either through poor advice or market downturns. We understand this, and that's why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered. Priority Banking says their team experts don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. Add to that, there are specialized investment advice and portfolio management, and you've got a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those overwhelmed by endless options from real estate to international investments, you can get expert help to optimize decision making. It's not just about growing wealth. It's about growing wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart, protected, and informed wealth starts with one email, wealth.ke@sc.com. Do it now, because this is your time. All right, going into the top of the hour, before we get into what the Samurai Bond is, remember that you can call us this morning and let's have a conversation around what you think should happen. What steps should Kenya take? 0732142650. That's 0732142650. And let's hear from you as you call into the studio this morning. We hear people have been saying, okay, let's just follow the law. Let us just, institute the pillars of the Constitution. Let's jail people who have stolen money. Let's jail people who have dealt issues of accountability and corruption, and etc., etc. Okay, how? Where? All the institutions should work. Yes, they should. But do they? And who's going to ensure that they do? What role does the citizenry have to play in all of this when it comes to then accountability and making sure that institutions that are set up to work actually work?
Yeah, and again, it's just the respect and constitutionalism that should be allowed to take place, because if you talk to legal minds, they will tell you the reason why Kenya finds itself where it is because we have refused, not failed, we have refused to implement the Constitution to a lot. So when you hear matters to do with let's change the Constitution to be able, if we just follow the Constitution, pundits say Kenya is able to achieve its dreams and aspirations as envisaged in the Constitution. But now question is, who exactly do we have in these offices to ensure that these aspirations brought about by the Constitution of Kenya are actually achieved? Do we have the right people, or are the right people in these offices choosing to let Kenyans down and make sure the Constitution is not implemented?
Who is responsible? And I think that's oftentimes we want to blame and send, pointing finger in a particular direction and say it is this person's fault or it's that person's responsibility. But it's collective. All of this has to be done in concert. But I'm just I find myself sometimes I feel like we're going round and round in circles. There are institutions that have been constitutionally mandated to do certain things. They don't. There are individuals who have a role to play. They don't. There are those who are supposed to keep them accountable.
They don't.
They don't. But we're running around ourselves asking, okay, so who's going to do this? Who's going to bell the cat? But there's no cat beller at this point. It doesn't seem to be happening. But somehow we want things to magically get better. And we give the examples of other countries where things are happening right. But we see the outcome. But are we seeing the input? What did they do to ensure that this was the outcome? That is there a sense of nationalism? Is there a sense of patriotism whereby they say, no, that which is meant for the good of the people will not be tampered with? It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're a council elder. It doesn't matter if you're the president or the prime minister. That you'll also be held to account. That you'll also be held and bound by the law, which everybody agreed on is the one that is going to lead the nation. Now, if you decide to step outside of those lines, who's going to hold the other accountable or responsible? We report on things that we see every day in, day out, this, that, the other thing, all seem to be pointing in one direction. But I would say from the very beginning, you look at what you put in.
True.
What do you put in from the very beginning? I keep saying, you want to bake a cake, man, there's certain things you're going to have to put in. If you want to bake a cake and you put jahe, my friend, you're not going to get a cake. I'm just saying. We're taking your calls this morning. Go ahead.
You'll get a nja cake. But then again, Ndu, you raise a very critical question, because then again, we also need to look at ourselves. What is it that we put into office? And later when things fall apart, who do we blame? Because we have cited jurisdictions like South Africa, where you find a party recalled the president because he went against the party constitution, the party ethos. You know, if we look back to our country today, can we say that the current leadership, the political parties, say the Kenya Kwanza administration or the UDA party that put the president there, can a member of parliament from these parties stand on the floor of the House and say, Mr. President, I am instituting this impeachment motion because you have gone against the manifesto that you put in place, you have gone against the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya? Or is that a pipe dream in Kenya today? And if it is a pipe dream in the Republic of Kenya today, we as citizens, when we have the opportunity to elect the right leaders, the proper people into offices, what do we do with that opportunity?
What do you do with the opportunity once you've been given? But unfortunately, we're seeing a place where too often, or more often than not, we waste it. We don't use it for what it's supposed to do. We're taking your calls this morning. What should the president do? Remember, the line is 0732 142 650, and we'll hear from you. Hello, good morning. Okay, and that call has dropped. You can call us back 0732 142 650, and we'll hear from you. What should actually be done? Are we asking what the president should do? Are we asking what you should do? Tell us where you're calling from, where you do, and give us your name as well. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, SpiceFM.
Yes, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is John Ekimwere, and I'm calling from Nairobi, Kenya.
Okay. What do you think the direction is, or what direction should the president take at this point?
So currently, the president is not going the right direction. So from my view, and this is my opinion, the president should walk the talk, should fight graft from the bottom of his heart. And
Okay, I think we lost you there. Maybe you can try and kind of call us back. We'll take more of your calls this morning. I think there's something happened to that line and it has then essentially dropped off. There is a call definitely for the president to fight graft and to say that a need for him to say, look, so it's interesting because that solution that he gave last week, or proclamation, is that there was a recognizing of it, and if anything, it opens up the door for continued conversation. Let's take some more of your calls this morning. Hello, good morning. All right. Hello, good morning.
Hello. Morning to you.
Morning. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and turn down the volume on your radio, please.
I've turned it on. My name is Collins.
Yes.
I'm calling from Eldoret.
Yes, Collins, good morning from Nairobi. Tell us what it is that you think the president should do, or what direction the country should take.
Say hi to Collins Aseto. He's a neighbor here. So I work with his brother.
Dennis Aseto is here. Okay. All right.
Say hi to him. Dennis. Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My take. You see, when you're given a leadership role, I think the head of the country is the one to take the blame or to take the bullet to start fighting corruption without political goodwill. Even if you say Parliament is not working because it has been taken by the executive. If you go to, we blame judiciary. Judiciary is not working because maybe it has been taken off by the executive. So I think, in my point and which is called for us to fight everything. It is not about the independence of the institutions, because if you go to EACC, the one who appoints the EACC is the president. If you go to DCI, you go to ODPP, all of these things is being initiated by the president. So the president has to roll his head. It has to start from the president with political goodwill. And I think everything will just go. If you read the story of Singapore, if you read the story of China, it just started from the president. It is not from the institution that was given the power, because the president still controls everything, because president appoints and then they are vetted by the parliament. Parliament, you heard from the president that parliament money is circulating. So I think, all in all, it's just the Nini remain with the president. Political goodwill, and it must roll ahead from him. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your calls this morning. Thanks a lot coming in from Eldoret. And we'll hear more from you even as we continue this morning. Necessary for us to get to know what the people actually say, because it always goes back to the people, isn't it? And say, well, the people. Okay, well, let's hear it. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
I am Cyprian Onyango. I'm calling from Nairobi.
Yes, Cyprian. Tell us what you think the direction is that Kenya should go in.
The direction is we are not understanding the foreign constitution. It is not in our DNA. We need to create our own laws and the constitution. Secondly,
okay,
all the money for development should be given to the Nyumba Kumi. Let the Nyumba Kumi choose the contractors. Let the residents choose the contractors. Let us manage our own money. Thirdly, leadership from MP to president should be voluntary. No car loans, no house loans, no bursaries, no ABCD. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Asante Sana Onyango, for calling in this morning. We still take more of your calls as we continue this conversation. Thank
you.
Hear what he's saying. Take the money away from the hands of the people who seem to. If you remove the money, then we don't have any of those problems, isn't it?
Interesting.
Is it? Let's take a couple more calls this morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
I'm Alex Arara. I'm calling from Usero.
Yes.
Yeah, mimi nitaweza kusema hivi.
Yes, Alex.
President is not too late, but in other words, it's too late. Because Wakenya tumeumia sana. Tukisema hii bunge, president naye anawekelea mkono. So, mahali penye imefikia, mimi naona president vile alisema, I will not ashame them, but I will arrest them. We want the president to mention the name. If it's Dennis, it's Dennis. If it's Alex, it's Alex. And then direct to the criminal officer, wadili na wewe. Kwa sababu wametuangaisha, wamezungusha president. Ndio maana unaona president tunaona ni mbaya. Ni hili bunge, this parliament, ndio imeparalyze all program ya president. So, vile ameona hivyo, sisi tuko nyuma yake, tunataka tuone he will act or ni hali yake tu ya kawaida. Tumesema, tumetenga, tuko na mpango. Ni hivyo tu. Ni Alex Lonikuwa Wisero.
Thank you so much for your call, Alex. Asante Sana. Taking more calls from you guys this morning. I know somebody's asking me to remind them of what that number is. The number for you to call us on is 07321 Taking your calls this morning. Hello, good morning.
Yes.
Hello, good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from, and then kindly turn down the volume on your radio.
Yes, I'm Tito calling from Njeri in Eldoret.
Yes, Tito. What are your thoughts this morning? What should the president, what direction should the country take?
The president has only two options to do. The first one is just to dissolve the whole leadership, including himself, and let the leaders call for new mandate. So he should call for elections for us to elect new leaders.
You want the president to call for elections today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because the leaders that we have now currently, all they can afford to do is just corruption, nothing else.
All right. Thank you very much for your call this morning, Tito. Definitely want to listen to. Thank you so much. All right. We'll take a couple more calls as we get into it this morning. Hearing from you. Hello. Good morning.
Thank you very much for your call this morning, Tito.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. All right. Okay. So, I mean, even as we wind down on that conversation, it's just hearing what people do have to say. Okay, guys, we'll take one more call as we get towards the top of the hour. Hello. Good morning.
Hello. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Morning.
Please turn down the volume on your radio.
I'm already out, so we can talk.
Okay, tell us your name and where you're calling from, sir.
My name is Benson Andai Omwakwe. I'm calling from Vihiga.
Okay, what are your thoughts? What should the president do? What direction should the country take?
I think it is very clear what the president should do. Number one, the president should just resign. He should resign. And this parliament, now that he has come out himself, it is not from a third party. It is not from me. It is not from Kenyans. He is the one who has come and told the Kenyans that this parliament is corrupt. He said it himself. And by being corrupt, it means this parliament is stealing from the people of Kenya. So the honorable thing which the president should do, he should vacate office with this parliament so that Kenyans can go for fresh mandate, so that Kenyans can now elect new people. Because everywhere we go, people are suffering. Look at what is happening now with this CDF. Look at the CDF. Why should MPs run the CDF money? Why should they do it? CDF money should serve all Kenyans. But this idea of people going to line up at the MP's place, MP's homes, so that they can reward those people who voted for them, who supported them, we are being taken in a wrong direction. So, as per what Kenyans are going through now, the president himself, he said it in broad light.
Thank you very much for your comments this morning, and that takes us to the top of the hour. Thank you all for your calls. Definitely a little bit more time to talk to Kenyans is what folks are looking for. If there's a suggestion for you, we'll continue to hear from you, of course, into the next conversation. Thank you for doing this. It's 9 a.m. Conversations continue after this.
Mutitu and Voi areas on the Nairobi-Mombasa highway after a truck and a trailer collided head-on, causing heavy traffic in both directions. Motorists are being advised to seek alternative routes. This event comes as the accident occurred at a time when a report by the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport, Davis Chirchir, has cited poor roads, reckless driving and vehicle malfunctions as the main causes of accidents. The minister has reiterated the need for strict vehicle inspections and serious road improvements. In addition, with schools reopening, drivers have been urged to be more careful to protect the lives of students and other road users. Primary and secondary schools are set to open today for the third term, which is said to be the shortest but crucial for Form 4 students for the KCSE and CBC assessments. However, the schools are reopening at a time when principals have been complaining about financial challenges, despite Education CS Julius Migos assuring that the government will fund free education. Now, head teachers have threatened to protest if funds to improve education are not released by the end of this week.
That is already shows that there's a threat to access to basic primary education and educational for all in Kenya. Like last time, most of the secondary schools closed before the official closing date because of the lack of the resources at the school. Now, we are urging the same government as much as possible to put those funds in school account. If not, we are going to prepare a very big demonstration together with the learners, parents, and the teachers on the street.
The head teacher's statements come at a time when many parents have said they're facing severe financial pressure while the government has not released the education funds on time. Head teachers have warned that without urgent support, exam preparations and basic services will be badly affected. MPs opposed to the inclusive government broad-based have slammed President William Ruto's move to implicate the National Assembly and the Senate in corruption. Speaking at GTM Donholm Church in Nairobi, the leaders led by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna and Embakasi East MP Babu Owino stressed the need for those who bribe MPs who claim to be executive government officials to be dealt with in the same way as those who receive bribes themselves.
Na mimi nataka hawa waumini wajue hiyo kelele yote unasikia ni kutarget hawa wabunge hapa. Hawa watu wanaamini jinsi ambavyo kuna watu wanaamini
ile ya mwisho. Tunataka kuhusu tuombee mambo ya corruption. Kama kuna mtu corrupt, tunataka ashikwe apelekwe kotini. Lakini si watu kusemekana ati wabunge ni corrupt. Wabunge si corrupt. Yule corrupt achukuliwe apelekwe kotini. Kama corruption iko State House, tunataka tuone watu wakiwekwa ndani.
Hizo hela ambazo mnasema wabunge mnawapatia bribes hongo, nyinyi ndio mnapeana hiyo hongo. Kwa hivyo mkishika mjumbe, mshike na ule aliyempa.
The leaders also slammed President Ruto's move to sell the Kenya Pipeline Oil Company without involving Parliament, saying the move will cripple the country's oil sector.
Leo hii wanasema wanataka kuuza Kenya Pipeline without the input of members of Parliament. Na ndio maana sisi tunasema hatutakubali. Haya maovu yote yakifanyika katika nchi yetu, Apostle, sisi hatutanyamaza. Sisi hatutanyamaza. Vile nimekuambia, tuko tayari kuuawa kama ndio inachukua kukomboa Kenya.
Sasa karibuni tumefanya public participation Western Kenya kwa ajili ya kuhamasisha wananchi kuhusu sheria mpya ambayo inanuiwa kuwekwa katika bunge ili ije kuongoza utaratibu wa kuuza makampuni hayo. Wananchi wengi sana wametoa ripoti ya kwamba hiyo process ya privatization ichungwe na bunge la taifa yetu ya Kenya.
Githunguri MP Gathoni wa Muchomba could not stop at it as she again slammed National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula for throwing her out of Parliament for 2 weeks while she was only bringing forward the needs of Kenyans.
Waliponifukuza bunge cha lazima for 20 days sina mshahara. For 20 days siwezi ingia bunge, siwezi ingia kwa ofisi yangu kwa sababu ya kuuliza maswali ya wanyonge wa mama hawana sauti. Nataka munieleze watu wangu, niendelee nisiendelee? Nataka kusikia niendelee nisiendelee? Lazima nikirudi bunge nitauliza hilo swali, na nitauliza ni watoto wangapi waliopotea wakati wa maandamano. Watoto 67 ambao walishikwa last year na this year na hawajaonekana na hatujaambiwa ni nani alichukua watoto wetu.
That's the news wire. I'm Leo Ubaga.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
this morning
Nairobi.
At 8 minutes after 9 o'clock, getting into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on this 25th of August. Audiences continue to be with us on KTN, and our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Dennis Ndu with you this morning, and as we get into a conversation, we're going to be talking the Samurai Bond, and we're not talking about the movies that you watch and how to train to be a samurai. It's a little bit different, but we'll get into it in just a minute. After you tell us how we connect, Dennis.
Yes, how we connect. Remember, the number is star 400 hash, or you go to My Safaricom app. But what exactly are you connecting to? Safaricom Home Fiber. What does it come with? Free router, comes with free installation and free maintenance. If you have issues with your internet, 5 GB of data so that your quality of life is maintained. Some ambassador of good life, say it.
Oh, ambassador of good life.
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you,
now,
ambassador, sir. I wasn't quite sure where we're going with that, but okay.
So as we talk about that, Safaricom also promises you reliable and fast internet. We're talking about up to 20%, double the speeds and up to 25% discount. This is applicable to all the new subscribers. So Safaricom assures you that if you're getting to stream your movies, stream your music, getting into fast web browsing, you're getting into meetings, webinars, you don't have to worry because the speeds will ensure that you get this. Remember, this is ongoing all the way to the 31st of August. So you have how many days remaining? 6 days remaining. And Safaricom is here to assure you that it feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber. You can only do that by dialing star 400 hash or go to My Safaricom app.
All right. Fantastic. And you know what? Standard Chartered is not out of giving you the best wealth advice. Wealth isn't just about how you put your money away. It's not just about how you earn or invest. It's what you pass on. And for many, it goes beyond that to what you do with many high net worth individuals. Legacy and values matter just as much as capital. And also to remember, whichever way you look at it, that you can think about who you are today, but then also think about who you're leaving coming into the future. As Standard Chartered Priority Banking, they go beyond the numbers. Their team helps you actually with estate planning, ensuring your wealth and that these transfers are seamless while also preserving the values that you hold dear. So in a world that is absolutely constantly changing, what you need to know is that there will be economic changes, there will be political changes, there'll even be tax changes. Adapting to change is crucial with Standard Chartered. You're not just reacting, but you are prepared. This is about more than financial success. It's about sustained intentional wealth. Start your journey today. Email wealth.ke@sc.com, because if not now, then when? Remember that now, not tomorrow, not later, now is your time for wealth. All right. So the TCAD conference took place in Japan, in Tokyo last week, and the president was in Japan for that. So it's It's the International Conference on African Development. That it's a Tokyo International Conference for African Development that happens, and it is actually the development arm that has been set up by the Japanese government. We're having a conversation then around the Samurai Bond. We'll look into details of what it is and what it actually means. Joining us for that conversation is an economist with IC Group. He's Churchill Ogutu, and he joins us this morning. Churchill, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
You know, we ask you to come and tell us Kenya's getting some more money, how it spent the money that it had before, and how it essentially will spend this money coming in, and what this whole Samurai Bond is about. Thank you for coming this morning.
Thanks.
Before we do go to Japan, we went into Africa, Dennis, and he wants to share today's proverb and ask you to interpret that for us.
Yeah, we went into Seychelles, smallest country in the continent, but the same country has one of the largest seeds in the world.
Seeds.
Okay. Seeds, yes.
Okay.
That seed is called Okoh palm. I think of palm, and they also have black parrot, Aglanta aldabra tortoises, and is also one of UNESCO World Heritage Sites in the country. It is powered mostly by tourism because it's an island, and tourism does well in that country. But let's go to the proverb that we get from Seychelles.
Yeah.
It's silly to criticize others when the same flaws exist in both. It's silly to criticize others when the same flaws exist in both. How would you interpret that?
Different ways of looking at it. I think top of my mind is the biblical phrase of you can't remove a speck in your brother's eye yet you have a log in your eye. The other one is before you start looking at even the faults of others, at least ensure that you don't have those faults because, and this is something that we tend to see our own faults in others, and we sort of magnify those faults in others, yet we have the same faults. So I don't know whether I've answered you satisfactory or that suffices.
Your interpretation can never be wrong. That is your interpretation, and perfectly indeed. You cannot look at other people's problems if you have your own. Perhaps start by solving your own.
Indeed.
Yes.
Or at least talk about it. Let's try and see how we can solve them together.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you for coming. Obviously, we know that TICAD happened last week, and we know that it is a rolling development that happens coming out of Japan. Many would say that Tokyo tries using TICAD to cement its position around the world in terms of geopolitics and to kind of try to make sure that the world feels its presence. We also know that the position that Tokyo takes is more of a pacifist position. You rarely find that Japan is the one who is triggering or being the catalyst towards world conflict. But you'll find that they often then to take on a pacifist role to try and sort things out. The development agenda also is very, very broad. We see very many development projects from Japan in Africa, but with TICAD and the establishment of TICAD, we then saw that Japan was taking a more robust approach or outlook towards development with a lot of the money that they have. Now, there's a big idea about a bond. It's the Samurai Bond that the conversation was had around in Tokyo last week. And now we hear that Kenya is likely to get some money out of the Samurai Bond, and this bond will be in yen, and it is supposed to go towards development agenda. That's the top layer of it. We'd like to get to know exactly what all of this means, and then what kind of burden Kenya then would take over from this new one.
Oh, thanks. When you mentioned that Japan nowadays is pacifist, it doesn't take any of the world bickerings that have been ongoing over the couple of years. But I'm reminded of events that ended in 8 years ago, World War II. And I mean, Japan was at the epicenter of that. But so, I mean, it can be phrased that since over the last 8 years, Japan has now taken a more pacifist role based on the lessons that they learned from World War II. But having said that, we have the announcement that came off last week around this potential samurai financing. Just to clarify that it is not a bond, it's a samurai loan. The difference is, if it's a bond, it's normally access through the Japanese markets. Samurai bond for this instance, or even any bond whatsoever, is normally within the markets. But here we have samurai loan financing. It's like a credit line.
Okay.
So the limit is around 25 billion Japanese yen, which is equivalent to 22 billion Kenya shillings. And then it's pegged on a number of projects, so to speak, that will go towards from this financing. So we have close to 13 billion, which is around the National Automotive Plan. Another 5 billion or thereabout towards reducing the electricity transmission costs, and then the balance of 4 billion is now for budget support. So that's pretty much the breakdown of the 22 billion. And it's what was announced last week was basically an statement of intent. We haven't seen the financing actually being passed on to Kenya, because we saw it was the Prime Cabinet Secretary and now the chairperson of Nippon Export and Investment Assurance sort of signing this statement of intent. We didn't see the Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury now as the counterparty. So that tells us that it's something that is being planned, that over there, I don't know when it will be finalized, but we are expecting some 22 billion Kenya shillings equivalent from Japan.
Okay. There's three things that you mentioned. That's the National Automotive Plan. What is that?
I think from the context of what's playing out is things to do with electric vehicles. So I haven't looked at that particular policy or the plan, but I think it's something to do with what's the green energy agenda, this whole electric vehicle agenda, which I think we may be able to get some technical developments or sorts from Japanese, and that's where it's being married, the fact that now this samurai credit line facility is now tied to this particular project. And this goes to some of the financing that we've seen from Japanese rather. It tends to be project specific. If you look at some of the roads, like the Ngong Road project, if you look at even some of the geothermal projects that we've done, that have been done by Kenya with assistance with Japanese, so that they tend to be project specific, and it's not even surprising that this national automotive plan has been tied towards this financing.
Yeah, so here we talk about Kenya's intention to then again get a new credit line facility from Japan, which previously it has been, you talk about Ngong Road, that I think was a grant, if I'm not wrong. You talk about the Kipevu in geothermal, that was a loan that Kenya actually even finished paying for it. Now it's still under development. But you look at this new credit line facility that Kenya is getting into 22 billion shillings, and there is the question of, aren't we biting a little bit too much due to the 11.5 trillion shillings debt that Kenya already finds itself in? How would you look at it in terms of Kenya being able to service the loans and debt that you're already in?
Well, a number of things, Dennis, that is coming out. One is, if you look at the quantum, 11.5 trillion, the stock of the current debt vis-a-vis this 22 billion is a drop in the ocean. And if you sort of do like comparison, on a weekly basis, the government comes to issue treasury bills, 24 billion equivalent. So it's like this monies that we're getting from this samurai financing is equivalent to 1 week's treasury bills auction. So that's just to put it in perspective. The other thing is the fact that being a credit line, you can see that it's kind of linked to either some trade or investment perspective. And also the the underlying, you find that there's Nippon Export and Investment Assurance. So there's an insurance element around this facility. So you can see that from Japanese perspective, they are somewhat covered. They have covered the risk in the event that these projects that they want to finance, either they go belly up, they do not materialize as has been projected. So there's a form of some insurance that the Japanese have covered themselves. And this is unlike typical bond. Say if it was a samurai bond, is pretty much going to the market and then raising whatever amount, say 25 billion yen or whatever amount that they could have raised. But in that instance, pretty much there's not much insurance. If there is little as compared to what we are seeing here. So that's another difference that we are seeing. So it might not, we haven't seen even the, as I mentioned earlier, this is just a statement of intent. We haven't seen even the kind of interest that will be there. But if you compare the interest that typically are attendant with Japanese yen loans, they are way lower than say dollar-denominated loans, even if it's commercial, because of the interest rates in Japan is way lower than say in the US. So, but looking at that, probably the interest rate might be lower, but now Japan is covered and also is kind of project financed.
Is it necessary?
Is it necessary?
Yes.
Good question. Well,
you'd say it's a weak sell of the treasury bills and bonds.
It seems to me that the government authorities, they want to diversify themselves from because this is a foreign currency loan debt at the end of it. So, and largely we've seen that it's pretty much skewed towards dollar-denominated debt. So even if they are getting a minimal amount in a different currency, is a way of them diversifying. We don't know the whole ball game. Probably the start is now starting with a small quantum of 25 billion Japanese yen and then gradually build up. Probably we might get into some big ticket samurai bonds. You've seen a number of African countries taking up samurai bonds in significant amounts, but probably that's the end game, that they just start small. And then as even I'm seeing even the papers today talking about that Japan wants to have increased dalliance within the African continent. So probably that's just the first step. And then probably, who knows, in the next couple of years, it will be a big supplier of Japanese or samurai loan or samurai bonds. Who knows?
Seems like Africa is a darling of many jurisdictions. Talk about China, its footsteps in the continent. Talk about the US, talk about any foreign government that you think about, and everyone is looking the African way. And one would argue that even as we get into these agreements, talk about the credit facility, talk about the debt that the bond now that Kenya might want to get into in the future, there is much more that the country would get from Japan, say exchange program in terms of technology. Just the other day, the German government rolled out its automotive industry in the country, and that is in it. And Japan is one of the biggest automotive manufacturers in the world. So why are we looking as if what Kenya or Africa is doing with the countries from those sides is pretty much on credit, debt, and not on investments in, say, Kenya or in African countries?
I think underpinning that is the non-alignment policy that African countries have had ever since they had independence, this 60, 70 years ago, that they are not aligned to a particular say jurisdiction, be it European powers or look at the West, the US, or even the East. So there's that alignment that whoever comes on board, they are happy to have some form of engagement with them. But having said that, the kind of financing that you've seen, and it's something that keeps on gradually. Of the first years of independence used to be some development assistance. Yes, leave us alone the World Banks and largely it was World Bank and the IMF development financing, but also then we could see the Japanese coming in on board to at least ensure that there's some form of some development assistance. And over the years, you see now China has come on board, and also the likes of the Gulf Council countries, the UAEs, are starting to place a pivotal point on the continent. And it's not just the debt, but also some form of investment. If you look at how they're putting themselves strategically on the continent. So that's something that is beneficial to Africa, not just Kenya, Africa as a whole, this non-alignment that they can play, not play, but they can be able to bring on board all these world powers in their development agenda. But at times you find that the kind of engagement is lopsided.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the trade statistics, is basically Africa exporting the primary products, whereas we are importing the finished products. How can it be, to your question, that at least Africa can also be sort of midwifed so that it can gradually become industrialized part of the world, or just to be somewhere in between, even if it doesn't get into the services where some of these countries have really advanced in the services, if you think about the Asian countries, but at least ensure that the industries within the continent are far advanced so that it doesn't become lopsided, whereby we just send our primary products into these countries and then we re-export them back as finished goods. So that's an area that we need to have with the engagements with all these powers.
Obviously, looking at the laws of economy, that there's certain things that you can bring in to boost an economy, manufacturing being one of them. And I'm looking at these three areas that this loan is supposed to fulfill. This first one, where we talk about, again, I'm going back to the National Automotive Yes, the National Automotive Plan, and that is to bring in technology when it comes to vehicles and their movement. It's taken Kenya a pretty minute to get the BTL buses on the roads, right? And even then, I think there's just still a few. And economics dictates, and of course you're the expert, so you can let us know, that does economics not dictate that there's certain infrastructure that you must have in place in order to put in another, in order to then start to go towards productivity, and then productivity now be able to reach a surplus, then to meet a demand, or to even that what feeds or what gives you information as to what the demand is what you've already been able to do. And so that leads to the question where I was asking about, is it necessary at the moment? Not necessary that, is there a need for it, but compared to where the country is in terms of developing its framework where all these other things can stack up. That's one. The second one we're looking at is transmission lines. KPLC has told us time without number that some of the reasons why we see power rationing in different parts of the country is that the route of transmission lines is basically taking you round about the whole country when you're trying to get from Kitale to Muhoroni, for example, and you have to go so far. So what are they trying to do? To set up the infrastructure that allows this to take place. Fantastic thing. It's absolutely great that people then who have experienced rationing or no power at all can then finally start to get it. And one of the reasons they say they cannot do that is because of resources. I see now this as a direct answer to that. The question is, will it happen? And then can you say such a loan, take a loan for development by all means, but is it viable if it actually is not going to be done? Will it actually be done? And then finally, to meet budget constraints. That's when sometimes, for example, you've not sent capitation to schools, for example, you can meet it here or there. Or if SHA is going to have a little bit of a problem whereby we don't have enough money to pay the 73 billion that's owed to private hospitals. That's what we talk about when budget shortfalls here and there cannot be met. These are great things for any developing economy. But is it necessary if they're not going to be done?
Well, quite a lot, mouthful of questions. But anyway, so in no particular order, looking at the automotive industry, to your question around the infrastructure, indeed, it cannot be gainsaid that we have to have the adequate infrastructure first and foremost before we start thinking about ramping up this particular automotive plan or policy. So that speaks also to this whole question we've been asking, is it really necessary? Because we really need to have this kind of engagement with the Japanese so as to be able to roll out the automotive plan. It's not necessary. And also we've seen other players coming into this particular sector, be it electric vehicle, be it also this nascent automotive sector. There are private sector players coming in, and it doesn't mean that if we get this 13 billion from the Japanese through this Japanese credit line, that now we cannot be able to ramp up the automotive sector. No, we also have the private sector players also in place. How can they also be onboarded, or how can they be incentivized enough, or how will it be competitive in the event that we have the players already and yet we have this kind of engagement through this Japanese yen financing? So infrastructure and also the role of the current players within the system, and how will it be? So there's more that comes into that within the automotive plan, but to your question also, I mean, infrastructure is first and foremost that needs to be sorted out. Getting into the other issue around the transmission line, yes, I'll bring a bit some key questions that, okay, 4 billion that needs to be allocated towards reducing the transmission costs. But is it really adequate, looking at even the whole transmission infrastructure that we have? Will it rather be, even from the budgetary support that we have, and also to Daniel's questions, that we can also have some technical collaboration, some passage of knowledge from the Japanese who are quite advanced in this kind of transmission, engage electricity transmission, how they can now be able to come to some form of partnerships with them, at least to be able to ensure that we are reducing the transmission costs even locally amidst all these constraints that we normally have. Because 4 billion might not even do much or assuage the concerns that are within in this particular sector. So probably some form of partnerships could have been done, or I don't know whether it will be appendant once we get this financing, that yes, they're giving us the money, but also on the other side, there's some form of technical assistance to ensure that it's more sustainable, so that we don't keep on rushing to them once our transmission lines have really gone low. So that's another thing that probably or hopefully we shall see once this financing comes in. And to the budget support, because the balance from this financing, we're looking at 5 billion, and there's been some constraints we've seen even in the implementation of the current financing financial year. Speaking of now the SHA, the capitation to schools, that there's been some shortfalls, and 5 billion, I mean, if you look at the whole budget's envelope, it's something that they can be able to reallocate from one budget line to another. So it doesn't mean that you need to get to this extent to borrow 5 billion for the budget support. So I think back to what I said, that all this seems to be a first step to probably something much more meaningful engagement with the Japanese.
Yeah. We're going to take a break at this point and then come back, because really, from what I'm hearing you say, and I think you've mentioned it twice now, they say 3 times the charm. Let's see what will happen after the break, because it seems as though if Kenya were to then just put a little bit more elbow grease in this money that we're going to borrow, Kenya could actually get it for itself without borrowing it. But we'll let you say it for the 3rd time yourself when we come back from this break. Chacha Lagutu is an economist at IC Group, and he's here with us this morning, and we're looking at the Samurai loan that's coming in to the effect of about 22.5 billion shillings that Kenya's taking for certain things. The automotive plan, the transmission lines for that support, and then also budget support where there is a lack. We'll come back and talk about more when we come back from this. It's now 24 minutes to 10. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room the only way to start
Get ready for non-stop adventure with Star Times. Join your favorite heroes and dive into a world of fun and excitement. Enjoy endless entertainment on top kids channels like ST Kids, Jim Jam, Toonami, Da Vinci, Baby TV, CBeebies, Boeing, ST Tunes and ST Kids Plus on your Star Times decoder. All this from as low as 329 shillings per month on aerial decoders with the Nyota package, or only as low as 549 shillings per month on dish decoders with the Nova package. Recharge your subscription for 2 months and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for free. Dial star 858 hash for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. This holiday, adventure begins at home. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Manze, nowadays ukipigia mse
Niko Rubies.
Upigie mbogi wase mko.
Sisi tuko Rubies.
Madhe uko.
Niko Rubies.
Why is Kenya at Rubies? Ultra-Trek Fuel, Castor Oil, Enjoy Shop, Tire Pressure, Rubies Gas, Chemist, Coffee. Ala, na we, mbona uko Rubies? Niko Rubies for Ultra-Trek, fuel that helps me drive longer, cleaner, better, and smoother. Kwani Rubies iko na kila kitu. Si washroom safi, si spot ya date, si snacks. Rubies iko na kila kitu. Mse, uko, tukutane Rubies. Rubies is making life's journey better.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe you let say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Ati mnasemaga it slapped me?
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways. And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data, and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial star 400 hash or go to my Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 21 minutes to 10, and our conversation this morning with Dennis and Ndu is with Collins Ogutu. Sorry? Chachil Ogutu. You know, because I know a Collins Ogutu. I think that's why in my head it's just... Chachil, I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry to Collins Ogutu too.
Sorry to him because he's not the one having to deal with crunching all these numbers. Indeed, Chachil Ogutu is here with us this morning. That just rolled off my tongue. As we have this conversation, and the amount of money, the effort that is made to the effort far outweighs the energy. The effort and the energy far outweighs the amounts of money that is actually coming. Right, 22 billion shillings. When you do that equivalent, or you do that equation, the energy and the effort far outweighs the amount that's coming in, and that is why the radar then goes up. Should we be asking the question, why attend the conference, get this samurai loan, essentially because the money will become, it's been agreed upon. This is not a suggestion anymore. The principals have had a conversation. This money will actually come to Kenya. But it seems like a really minuscule amount, and I know we've gotten to the point where by billions is a small amount of money, but it seems like a rather small amount for that effort to be made, and then the questions arising as to whether the money will actually go to these projects that we are talking about. And the timing also is not favourable, or rather is very favourable to the speculation, Churchill, because there are too many things happening at the same time, and somebody would ask, why literally fly halfway across the world, have this conversation about these three what would be mundane things? I mean, we're not very sure about where this budget support is going to go to for 22 billion shillings, and in terms of where would it go?
Well, just to put it into context, this month we had, this is the domestic market, we had reopening of an infrastructure bond. And infrastructure bond, they typically fly off the shelf because government was looking at 90 billion, and then they got bids over 300 billion. In that instance, they accepted 90 billion. And then last week, they accepted 90 billion, so they rejected the rest. And then last week, they came with what you call a tap sale. So tap sale is basically like, in simple terms, is a saucer. You've eaten your ugali and then you get a saucer. So that's a tap sale in layman's term. So they were seeking 50 billion, and then they got close to 179 billion.
So what you're saying is it was oversubscribed?
It was massively oversubscribed, yeah, because they're just looking at like 50 billion, and it was over 2 days. Like, opened on Tuesday last week, by Thursday we close it. First, if you get the 50 billion, or by Thursday, whichever comes first, they close it at 179 billion the following day. So that tells us that the market is quite what you call liquid. It has the cash available that you can extend to the government. So that is the context that we need to look at it, that rather than, as Ndua said, fly halfway across the globe to look at 22 billion, why can you also pitch it to the local market and say, okay, guys, want to do this automotive stuff, we want to do this transmission line, and then you package it. And also, remember that infrastructure bond is ideally meant to go to infrastructure projects, and the kind of things you're talking about, things to do with automotive industry, or even the infrastructure towards that, or even the transmission line, that speaks to infrastructure projects. But what you have is, even in the instance I've spoken about, there are no underlying projects that say, okay, we got the 90 billion is going to this infrastructure board projects. The tap sale, you got another 179 billion is going to this ABCD infrastructural projects. So that could have been an easier way of doing that in terms of rather than going to get 22 billion. So 22 billion, yes, probably they could have done it differently. But I think that, and also, and this is my view, last week was just a statement of intent. And this is on the back of, early last year, we had a memorandum of understanding that was between the National Treasury and also the this particular agency, Nippon Export and Investment Agency. So from last year to last week, over 18 months thereabout, we have a statement of intent. So probably before now we start looking at actualizing, or even the disbursement of the loan, it may take another time, probably who knows how much time it will be before now we see the actual finalizing or the extension of the credit. The other thing also is that Kenya got the 25 billion Japanese yen, and also there were a host of other countries in that forum. Probably they got their own fair share of 25 billion yen, I don't know. And the thing is, it's one of these, if you look at it from the Middle East and the competition, because last year, this last week was Tokyo Investment Corporation on Africa Development. Last year was Foreign on China Africa Corporation, which also had its equivalent $50 billion extension to on the African continent over 3 years. And I can draw some similarities between last year's China FOCAC and also last week's Japanese one, whereby most of this financing is towards credit line. So it speaks to trade finance, for instance. So at the onset of it, or at the back of it, is like this underlying trade that needs to happen before now financing comes in. Either trade or either investment that needs to happen in. So even Africa or Kenya needs to find a way of positioning itself so that not to be the recipient, but also to be at par. I remember there's a conversation that our president made that China and Kenya are the ones dictating things. So probably even Africa needs to also be on the sitting table. Yeah. It's a big hope, but
New World Order.
Right. Yes.
But even as we just have this discussion here, you look at what the local investors can offer to the market. We talk about massive oversubscription of these bonds and whatnot. And one would argue from the other side that the government is trying to get away from local debt so that business in the country can move, so that the locals are able to access affordable credit. I don't know. You are the economist to let us know. But how would you now have that conversation in the sense that the government is going outside to make it easier for Kenyans themselves to access credit? Or is it just the government that has an appetite for debt from international coffers, or just debt generally?
Yeah, I think the argument can be made that the moving away from the domestic financing to external financing is a way to reduce what you call the crowding out effect in the domestic market, at least to ensure that credit extended to the real sector. And if you look at the statistics as of July, that's last month, the amount of credit that was extended to the private sector, if you compare July this year vis-a-vis July last year, it was 3.3%. It's come from, it was negative late last year, early this year. So that's, it was a point whereby the economy still struggling, and also the lending rates were really quite high. Now we've seen from August last year all the way to this year, like 7 successive cuts on the central bank rate, which is now the base lending rate. So it's in the hope that was from 13% to 9.5%. So in the hope that now as the benchmark rate has been reduced, so even banks can now be able to move in tandem. So at least the focus is that even this, as the best lending rate is being cut, also it's the banks react accordingly. Banks might say, oh, you see, I have these expensive deposits, because they pick deposits from people, but then they locked in some of these deposits at high rates that were there. Case in point, T-bills right now is at 8%, thereabout. 9 months ago, it was 15%, 16%. So you can imagine the kind of, if T-bills were 15%, 16%, and if you probably want to put money into fixed deposit, you could probably have gotten it at those kind of levels, but now it has come down. So that's the maths that probably the banks have been having in terms of not adjusting their rates accordingly. But now the focus is that as the central bank rate is a signaling rate to the bank so that they can also reduce. But you've seen that is slowly starting to happen, because as at some point it was negative, now it's 3.3%, but it's still way low. It needs to be at least 10% so that the banks can now be able to, at least if there's a choice between government lending to the government and lending to Dennis, they may not run away from lending to Dennis because government is giving this kind of a bond. So that's the emphasis that they are trying to do. But as they pivot away to the external, there are a number of things that they are also looking at. Either should they borrow on commercial terms? Because as they are borrowing locally, it is on commercial terms. They borrow at the rate that they get from the market. But either they can look at borrowing on concessional terms. We are not sure what kind of financing terms that is attendant with this samurai bond financing. But my guess is that because of the insurance, the insurance element with it probably is a bit lower. But ideally, they would want now to start borrowing on concessional terms. in the international markets to reduce the cost of borrowing, even to reduce the cost of servicing the debt. So I think that's pretty much the end game.
So it is a commercial loan?
It appears to me that it is a commercial loan, but because of the guarantee element to it, it might be slightly lower.
The interest rates would be lower.
The interest rate will be lower.
Okay, so what is the guarantee? Because there, in terms of collateral or whatever the case may be, is there a collateral that is put up against it?
No collateral in the sense that there's an insurance element. The entity, Nippon Export and Insurance Agency, typically gives this kind of insurance. So I understand that there could be some lenders on the Japanese side who will now extend the credit line to Kenya. And then there's the insurance that is provided by NEXI, the statement of intent that was signed last week. So there's that insurance element that is there as far as from the details that we've seen so far. So it looks like it's a commercial loan, yes, but with an insurance element to it.
So let's look at this debt that we keep getting from outside, yeah? So we go tickered bilateral agreements, the usually side events. There is a deal that was signed here. There's another deal that was signed here. But as we sit in this studio today, we say 22 billion can easily be raised locally. So why go for it? You look at our exports, say, even through AGOA, right? We get cheaper rates when we're sending to the US, but what exactly are we sending? We're sending our foods, we're sending our avocados, we're sending our skuma wiki and whatnot. But if we're sending avocado, we are then again importing avocado oil. Why are we not sitting and looking at how, as a country, perhaps we could partner with the United States government and have a manufacturing plant here so that they import finished product? We talk about base titanium at the coast in Kwale County. All that dirt and raw material was taken outside the country. All that we've been left with are holes and boulders there, nothing really to say from the titanium base. Are we looking at a point where as a country would sit and have these discussions such that those that want to get raw material from us invest here and buy the finished product? Are we looking at such conversations perhaps in the future?
I think that's a step in the right direction. I'm not sure the extent that these discussions are being held in light of even what's happening within. Let me pick example of the US. AGOA is coming to an end. Next month, there were like two sets of legislations that ideally should have unlocked extending AGOA. One of them in the House of Representatives by 2037 and the other bill in the Senate by 2041. But we haven't seen much under this current Trump regime. We saw the kickoff of the higher bilateral tariffs that kicked sometime early this month. Kenya 10%, that's the minimum. Other countries much higher. So I believe that in the extent of negotiations is typically what is expected to happen between America and the other countries, that this kind of negotiations will come in. That speaks even to some of the non-tariff barriers, how these industries cannot be able to be set up in the Kenyan market. That speaks to investments, because that one was one of the main sticky points. If you look at the foreign trade barrier report that came from the US, amongst all these countries that was slapped with the higher tariff, they were speaking even to some of the barriers to entry by some of the companies. So if those are addressed in the context of the bilateral negotiations that we expect with the US, for instance, because that's what has been quite at play right now. Probably could see some of the investments being ramped up. And to your question, rather than now importing some of the fresh, some of the primary produce, we cannot be able to export the finished products. For the case of AGOA, we primarily exported the apparel. finished product, yes, but now on a much more lower tariff compared to other products. So we are the main beneficiary. So absent that, is there a way that now we can now be able to ensure that US industries within that apparel sector are set up within the EPZ zone or whichever area that they were in, so as to ensure that that continuity is there? Because it will be difficult for Trump to slap tariffs on US companies setting base here. So I think that's probably the discussions that is happening. Who knows?
Who's going to pay these loans, Churchill?
Us, you, Dennis, me, everyone else. Okay. Everyone is listening.
All right. Okay.
So additional burden to us.
What are we looking at?
Yes,
And so we know that currently
yes,
the debt burden for Kenya is 11.1 trillion shillings.
Yeah.
So now, give or take, we're adding, it's going to go to about, with this 22 billion and others that are probably in the pipeline, it's just going to add on to that number.
Yep.
Usually they'll give you a holiday before you start to pay.
On the concessional terms,
on the
concessional loans, yes.
Right? Yeah. But this is not one.
Looks like it's not one.
This is not a concessional loan, clearly.
It looks like it's not one.
Mm-hmm.
If it is a commercial loan, you start paying as and when the interest servicing starts in.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a concessional, typically there's like a 5 year or whatever grace period before you start paying servicing that particular debt.
But because of this particular Samurai loan it's almost like a pool of money that is put together by Japanese businesses, Japanese investors. So those guys are heavily commercial. They're all concerned about the BTL. So what they want is their money back.
Absolutely.
So these are the details that actually define this loan. So that's what we say. That's why we can say it's not concessional. So because it is commercial in nature, we're probably looking at payment ASAP. You start paying no sooner than it gets in, you start to pay it back. Just in case you've forgotten, this is 2025. There is a Euro bond of 117 billion shillings that is due soon, in the next couple of years. 2027, I believe, is the year. So that notwithstanding, plus all other things, whether it's on the domestic market or in the international market, there's still other loans that are due that Kenya is kind of struggling to pay at the moment, just in case anybody didn't notice. So this, although it may seem like small in terms of the numbers, is still a burden. Quickly, from a tax perspective, what more of a burden are we seeing on the everyday Kenyan? That's why I asked the question in the beginning, who's paying it? What more of a burden does it put on the shoulders of Kenyans?
Effectively, we have the debt, the 11 trillion debt so far, and then we are increasing it by another 800 billion, 900 billion in the current financial year. Mm-hmm. So it will be close to 12 trillion. So ultimately, we can't keep on borrowing to pay the debt. So the most ideal way is now to ensure that there is enough tax revenues to be able to service the debt, so as to reduce. But yes, that's the question. That's the thing. There isn't. From even the targets, the revenue targets that the government intends to collect vis-a-vis eventually what we collect. If you look at even the last financial year, we revised it lower 4 times, but yet we are not able to get to that target. So it means that even from a revenue mobilization perspective, it is quite difficult to mobilize the tax revenue. And hence we are seeing this, what you call the liability management operations, a buyback here, getting some money to borrow, raise a Eurobond, and then to pay the near-term Eurobonds that is coming up. And also we've had, even in the domestic side, that liability management operations is what will be at play, because revenues are not able to get. So to forestall a default or to forestall the crisis is just to manage. It's like having a bank loan, and then you have a bank loan with Bank A. So borrow from Bank B to pay that Bank A, and then you
go to SACCO.
Or go to SACCO like that, yeah. Okay. So that's the liability management operation that you're having. So far, so good. But at some point, the good thing is now on the domestic side, the rates are coming lower. Financing rates are coming lower. So that is giving them some breathing space. So it's just to ensure that either on the spending side, because it starts from the spending side, if you can reduce the spending to much more reasonable levels, to reduce the debt accumulation, that's a way to reduce the debt vulnerabilities further down the road.
Well, I don't know if the sun is shining or if there is light at the end of the tunnel. I don't even think there's a tunnel, but okay. It's all to be played. Churchill Ogutu, economist with the IC Group, has been here with us this morning. Thank you so much for shedding light on these things. It's good for us to know what's coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks.
And then be able to then at least strategize. Asante Sana. And thanks for starting off the week in the situation from Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday, the 25th of August. Have a good day. We'll talk again, God willing, tomorrow morning at 10:01.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. School reopens today for a packed 9-week third term that will see millions of learners sit for national examinations, even as parents, teachers and principals grapple with financial strain and logistical challenges. The term comes with strict government regulations, suspended core curriculums and delayed funding that has left schools on edge. The term, the shortest in the school calendar, will run until October 24th and culminate in a busy examination season that includes the KCSE, the Kenya Junior Secondary Education Assessment, the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment and the Kenya Learners Education Assessment. Form 4 candidates will sit the traditional KCSE beginning November 3rd, while more than 1.2 million grade 9 learners prepare for the inaugural KJSEA, which will determine their placement into secondary school.